In several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
"10 years ago today, do you remember? June 16th, 2015, I'll take you back to that moment that Donald J. Trump rode that golden escalator to the press event to announce officially his candidacy for the presidency. It was at Trump Tower back in the day, 10 years ago today, June 16th, 2015. The future president and future first lady, Donald J. Trump, riding down that golden escalator, launching his 2016 presidential campaign. He was a media darling still. Mika and Joe, remember, were still sucking up to him. Little did all the experts, all the pundits, little did they know Trump would, of course, rewrite the political script in the USA. President Trump changed the course of our politics by answering a mayday by patriots like you and like me to make America great again, a slogan obviously created by Reagan but made famous by Trump. And here's the thing, as we look back on the past weekend, but I want you to look past this weekend and think about the last decade and the way that Donald J. Trump changed everything, a game changer in our nation. You think about the patriotism that was celebrated, fireworks, beautiful event that was pulled off in D.C. And right now, the Republican Party, think about this, bears, he has changed the party. He has widened and broadened this tent. And we'll talk about that moving forward. But I'd like to hear from you, 855-839-1210, as you think about how Trump has enhanced, not just changed the party, but enhanced this party. And meantime, look at the so-called Democrat Party, which was hijacked by progressives. I mean, he dismantled the Democrats. President Trump talked about this, and I want to go to him first, as he talked about the weekend that was, he talked about celebrating the 250th birthday of the United States Army, celebrating our military might, but more importantly, the individuals who protect and serve. Here's President Trump reflecting back.
Sorry, Don, I'm just loading this in still. It's
That's right.
Moving a little slow today. I'll have that for you in
20
seconds.
Let's think about this as we go to the GOP, how the GOP has changed because of Trump. And it's no longer the party of Ronald Reagan, if you will, or the party of George W. or his father, Herbert Walker Bush, really de-emphasizing maybe a party of the rich. No. This is a party of the working man, working woman. And you think about the unions. You think about him saying, we don't want to tax tips. That's a brilliant move. Nobody saw that coming. Let's not tax tips. Let's not tax Social Security. Let's make that nationwide, federal. Why should your hard-earned dollars, the money that you put into Social Security, once you've retired as a senior citizen, why tax it in certain states? Obviously, it's not taxed here in Pennsylvania, but in other states, it in fact is. And then talking about the truth, fake news. Think about that one. Now, a lot of people say, oh, Trump invented that. No, he did not. He did not at all. In fact, I've done commentaries on the fact that it was Benjamin Franklin back in the day who actually, he didn't call it or coin it fake news, but certainly he was calling out media manipulation. That was something that Ben Franklin was great at, in fact. But you think about the fake news, biased media, and look at what's happening today. Think about the ratings falling in so many different networks and all of these high-paid, as I say, biggity-big news anchors, so self-important, and they're all losing their jobs. Their contracts are not being renewed. The ratings are falling because he exposed the truth, the real truth. And then you think about the Trump impact on politics. We've never seen anything like that. And even though it was a great weekend, I think, for this so-called No Kings celebration, the success of that was that they really just called it No Kings Day. And so people go, oh, well, it's a peaceful protest. Good for you. Yeah, we don't believe in kings. That's a little thing that, we here in Philadelphia, we kind of kicked off that theme. That's what we call July 4th, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So do we have Trump?
Yes, we do, Don.
Let's listen in.
Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America.
So let's listen now to military veteran. This is J.D. Vance as he talks about those who have served, who continue to serve. This is cut D3D.
I got you, Don.
With Vice President J.D. Vance.
My computer is so
Oh, no.
slow, Don. Ah!
It's a conspiracy.
That's what it is. Oh, my gosh.
That's all right.
Young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them. We must respect them. We must fight for them. And that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is number one. We never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to. And number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely.
So a lot of cheers for the president, the vice president. Let's listen in, and this is President Trump. This is D2B, where President Trump swore in these new soldiers. I thought this was an emotional moment, and we're not seeing a ton of coverage. You know why. Of course, the coverage was all about the No Kings Day, which by and large here in Philadelphia and across the country, that very highly organized event by a political action group out of Washington, D.C., predominantly, with the exception of a shooting that happened in Utah, pretty much was peaceful. That's a good thing. But this was an incredible show of fireworks, reminded me a lot of a 4th of July celebration. And not only the kickoff for celebrating the birthday of our U.S. Army, but as well the kickoff celebration for the next year as our nation celebrates its beginnings. Listen in. Here's President Trump.
Mr. President. First Sergeant Norton, reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States of America. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders. of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
So help me.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
So do you remember that day? I want to take you back 10 years ago when then Donald J. Trump, the celebrity, the apprentice, billionaire businessman, when he made the big announcement. I'll never forget that day because, he's joshing around at the time with the media, darling of the media still. What I remember most about that day was my mom, God bless her soul. She was alive at that point, obviously. She said, it's him. It's Trump. She knew. And she said, because of all the conversations, of course, she had with me about media, and she knew the bias in the media. And so she said, he's the one, because he's a billionaire. He's wealthy. He's a businessman. He can call out the media. And that was something that struck her. We were surprised in our family that my mom right away focused on Trump and said he can call them out. He can call out the media. He can make the difference because Republicans can't really get a fair shake with regard to coverage. But at that time, he had announced 10 years ago today, June 16th, take you back a decade. And think about all that he went through. I think it's remarkable what Donald J. Trump has gone through for each and every one of us. And then, that's when I was just starting on the Zioli show in the afternoons. And so you think about, the beginnings of the so-called Zioli army and how we were noticing in real time the shadow banning, the media, the social media. And you think about how this whole thing has evolved 10 years later today. It's incredible to me. But truly, this man, in my humble opinion, an answer to our prayers as Americans. And so I know that the media today is focusing on this No King's Day and, this is a new movement. No, good for them. They're trying to figure it out, much like an awkward juvenile trying to figure themselves out. But I would say for the vast majority of us, I think Trump has this country's support by and large. And there's something wonderful that's taking place, not just in this nation, but as well internationally with the respect for Trump. That's a good thing for America. He's at the G7. We'll be covering that in Canada. And he made comments to that effect. I want to end this just by listening and taking in the moments as, of course, Lee Greenwood performed. And now what this means, Lee Greenwood, that's another thing. Trump is loyal. He could have gotten different, country performers, Southern performers, but Lee Greenwood has stuck with him. He's stuck with him. And I get choked up still when I hear him perform. Let's listen in and watch the sights, the images during this patriotic and kind of chill bump, butterflies in your stomach moment.
Gone. I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Just a beautifully planned event. I thought it was patriotic. It was wonderful to take that in. We were ticketed. I was sorry that due to my husband being sick, we didn't make it to the parade. And we and our sons were really disappointed. This was an incredible event for America. And I focus on this morning because I think it's important to think about the last decade, what President Trump has gone through to once again, be our president and make these important changes that we voted for. Thank you, President Trump. We love you. We respect you. To me, the best president in our nation's history. If you beg to differ or agree, I'd love to hear from you. 855-839-1210. Thank you, President Trump. We'll get back into the news. Great guest coming up at the bottom of the hour. Dawn Stensland here at Dawn Stensland on X. Be right back.
Next to you and defend her till today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Light up your cell phone. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. For there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless the United States Army. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
At MLBshop.com, you can get all the latest officially licensed merchandise for you and your family. But if you really want to level up your game, you can grab something for your dog walker, your Pilates instructor, your swim coach, your neighbor, your accountant, your gardener, your best friend, your bandmate, your boss, your kid's teacher, your mailman. Visit MLBshop.com and stock up on officially licensed on-field merchandise from your favorite teams.
Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We'll get to some of your calls in just a moment. Hey, thanks on the YouTube chat. Suze loves Jeffy. Thank you so much, Arthur Chapman, Joe, of course, Magma. All you guys, great comments. Thank you, Lisa. We all kind of get chill bumps taking us back 10 years. It's amazing. I was listening to that C-SPAN speech, just how consistent Trump is, talking about the border, talking about trade and how we get the raw deal. Want to get to some of your calls and your take on this, 855-839-1210. So I can't see the call screener, Dan. Take me through.
Yeah, first let's go to Agatha. Agatha's call from Medford. Dawn?
Hi, Dawn. I just wanted to tell you that I thank God that Trump is our president. When they were pushing Kamala Harris out there, I was so scared and upset. God forbid, if she became our president, we were doomed.
Yeah.
I lost 11 pounds. I couldn't eat. I had no appetite. And I gained 3 of them back, which is okay. But I was just please, dear Jesus, don't let her win and let people, use their heads for more than hat racks.
Yes.
And I just wish they'd leave them alone. I wish they would just stop it. I'm just so frustrated with all the left and the craziness. It's insane. Can't they think? Don't they see what's going on? Were they happy with Biden for 4 years? Seriously? They're nuts.
Yeah, they are. And I think, that's why it was important to me today to start out with this moment and celebrate. And I thank you. Thank you so much. And I don't think you needed to lose the weight, so you got to have some tiramisu, gain it back. I wish I could give you. We all wish we could give you a little. Yeah, that's right. Maybe, but I will say this: that we think about the past 10 years, and in fact, the persecution that President Trump has gone through. You think about the entire family, what they've been through, and how the left, the media, the courts, they threw everything at this man and tried to take him down, attacked his family. Raiding Mar-a-Lago. We've never seen anything like this. And then the way it was always covered. And then how different individuals were complicit. Remember Russia. I bring this up because it's so important that we don't forget this, because I do think when you're a conservative, first of all, you're probably hardworking. You have a busy, full life, right? So we're not the haters. We're the lovers. We're the doers. And so we're busy. And we have full lives, and we have a lot to live for and a lot to work for, and we want to earn, right? And earn more and make our money matter, if you will. And so it's easy to forget, but it's important over the last decade to think about the sacrifices and then to think about the bond, if you will, between Trump supporters and those who voted for him and stuck with him, and what he means to us, so that at some point, when he's attacked, it felt like we were being attacked, because you thought, you know what, not for nothing, but if they can persecute this guy who's a billionaire, who's a world famous guy, whose name, Trump, is synonymous, means so much in the world, right? If they can do this to this guy, what do you think he can do to you or to me? So it was almost like that line in the sand. And that's why I think the MAGA movement will forever alter our DNA, our political DNA. That's why it's so embedded within each and every one of us. And so I know sometimes my husband Larry, he's like, oh, everything, all the roads lead back to Trump. Yeah, because we remember, for me, it was starting a new job, reinventing my career, right? From TV, Emmy Award winning, independent journalist, TV news anchor. And this was 10 years ago. My journey, was with that escalator ride, if you will. Thank you to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for adopting me. Rich Zioli, Greg Stocker. You know what I mean? That was a new beginning for me in my career, reinventing myself. But as well, experiencing coming out of the closet as a conservative woman and then feeling the backlash, if you will. And so all of this experience that we've gone through together, I hope will change our nation for the better, open all of our eyes, if you know what I mean. So, do we have one more caller? You want to? We don't have time. Sorry.
Yeah, we got to get to our guest in a break.
Sorry.
Real quick. Yeah.
I apologize. 855-839-1210. Stick right there, as we do have some great guests lined up for you and taking you into in-depth PAGOP, what's going on in Pennsylvania with politics, statewide, regionally. And then you don't want to miss our guest coming up at 11, because we're going to take you inside for some true intel and break some news for you. Got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. You've heard me talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans now. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We just had that Mitsubishi heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed. It is a game changer in our home and our lower level. If you have the need for a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, I'm telling you, it will be a game changer for you, as it has been for us. That mini split, it works beautifully. It's silent and it's powerful. Visit Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So we've been talking this morning about 10 years later with the Republican Party getting revamped, which began with that golden escalator ride, Trump Tower, New York City, and the past 10 years. My next guest was first inspired as a preteen or just a young teen, inspired by Ronald Reagan. And like a lot of young people, became a young Republican and has watched the party evolve, maybe dreaming of one day becoming the elected chairman of the Republican Party for Pennsylvania. This is former state senator Greg Rothman joining me live now to talk about the state of Pennsylvania. Greg, thanks so much for joining me this morning. And, you know, I often say, maybe you've heard me say, you know, Pennsylvania got played during different points. We got to get it together, PA GOP. So you're the man to get the PA GOP together fairly recently. I guess it was February, so a few months on the job. So good morning, and how are you going to get the PA GOP in ship-shape condition?
Yes, thank you for having me.
Sure.
So first of all, it's taking what was done in November, which was the greatest election in my lifetime for Republicans. I mean, we won 5 statewide elections, reelected President Trump, beat the Bob Casey machine with Dave McCormick, got elected an attorney general, reelected Stacey Garrity and Tim DeFore, picked up 2 congressional seats, won a seat in the city of Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, with my friend Joe Percosi. We didn't win the House back. We have to do that. But we have to stay united and keep this same group engaged. And I'd like to turn Pennsylvania into a permanently red state like Ohio and Florida are now. And so to do that, we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to get out and work and knock on doors and register voters. We've got a big campaign right now to bring have more registered Republicans than Democrats, which at one point when I was first starting out in politics was a 1.5 million voter deficit. And by being the party of common sense and the party of America first, and we are the party of Donald Trump.
And so when you think about, over the past, I mean, you remember when, you're talking about Pennsylvania being a red state. Think about Montgomery County used to be a red county. Chester County used to be a red county. I mean, Bucks County is purple and in the heat of the battle, I will say. But when you think about Delco, you think about, our surrounding suburbs outside the Philadelphia region. These were all red suburbs. All of their taxes, I always report this, Greg. I mean, their taxes have gone up and are currently going up drastically. But how do you win back the so-called collar counties, highly populated outside cities like Philadelphia or Pittsburgh?
Yeah, and in Philadelphia, we're making progress with Martina White and Joe Picozzi. It's still less than 20%, but if we can get to 25%, President Trump and the Republican Party has a message that's common sense, and the Democrats are crazy. And the Democrats are putting violent gang illegals ahead of the citizens of this country. I mean, you can see with what's going on with the ICE riots. Mm-hmm. And so we have an opportunity just by telling, contrasting us from the Democrats, but we also have to be the party of opportunity, the party of prosperity, the party that wants to see you do better economically. And there's never been a greater contrast, I mean, probably not since the Civil War, between the Republicans and Democrats when it comes to who wants what's best for you, meaning you go get it yourself, you go work for it, it's opportunity, we don't give it to you, compared to the Democrats who, want to control you. I mean, it's ironic that they had the No Kings rally this past weekend, the left, when, we fought this independence war back in 250 years ago against a king. And we've been the party that says, we are a government of, for, and by the people. That was Abraham Lincoln. It's the Democrats that have said the state is your father and the state is your mother. Yeah, and
a nanny
worship
state.
The king and queen. Remember King Tom Wolfe, who had all the COVID.
I'll never forget it.
And King Josh Shapiro, who takes credit for anything positive that happens. He takes credit for it. When the reality is that we know that government doesn't create jobs, and government doesn't make the sun come up, and government doesn't make the crops grow. So you've got someone like Josh Shapiro who thinks he has, it's divine, his divine intervention, or, he is the king, and that's what he thinks, because all that is good comes from him, and Republicans no different. So we know that that's not the case.
Well, so as far as the PAGOP, I mean, getting registration numbers up, we've all, had the great conversations with Scott Pressler, for example, just trying to reach out to people and saying, you got to register, you got to do the mail-in votes. I was, I went to pretty much every one of the Trump Force 47, those different, get out the vote type meetings that were across the region, across Philadelphia, Montco, Bucksco, Chesco, Delco, and those were very effective as well. But how do you get, rev up the voters, get them excited, positive energy, and also fundraise ahead of, Democrats in the state?
Yeah, and that's that we've been working on all that, and working with Scott Pressler and working with PA Early Vote Action and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point, and it takes work. I mean, you can't just organically expect people are going to come out to vote. There are still, 20, 30% of the people who aren't registered to vote. We have an incredible opportunity with young people who are turning 18, or maybe 19 or 20 that aren't registered to vote. They love Donald Trump. They've seen that. I mean, it's like me and Ronald Reagan, that I've connected the fact that, my life is better, we're safer, more prosperous, more opportunity because of Donald Trump, or in when I was a kid, it was because of Ronald Reagan. And so we need to register those people. If you get someone to register to vote the first time at 18 with a party, they're 90% likely to stay in that party the rest of their life and vote with that party. So reaching out to young people, working with the teenage Republicans, college Republicans, young Republicans, and then also, converting common sense Democrats. I mean, I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but there are Democrats who realize the party has left them. I talk to them all the time. I mean, Democrats who voted for Obama, who said that Joe Biden does not represent them, and the craziness of the Democratic Party now has moved them over to vote Republican. And I think we need to win back the suburban Republican voters in your collar counties where you are, who care about their families and care about their children and their jobs. And maybe they can afford to pay higher taxes, but they can't have crime come to their homes, and they can't have lawlessness. And they understand that shutting down the borders helps keep them safe. And we have to win them back, and we do it through common sense policies.
And we've also seen it through the courts. And Greg, that's another question as far as this year, the terms of 3 Pennsylvania Supreme Court justices expiring as of, in other words, January 4th, 2026. And then those 3 seats up for, retention. So that's up this November 4th.
Yes.
Upcoming.
Yeah, and they're activist judges that think they're legislators that have tried to create laws, and they threw out the voter ID law, and they upheld a lot of the draconian COVID measures that Tom Wolf put in. They threw the Green Party candidate off of the ballot to help Joe Biden. But here's what I say. Do you think that someone deserves a 10-year extension term for their job? I mean, unless you're Saquon Barkley or Bryce Harper, probably not, right? I mean, legislators have to get elected every 2 or 4 years. Even the governor is term limited. We think that these judges they're Democrat judges, they're activist judges, they should be term limited. And it doesn't mean there won't be a Democrat judge reelected in their position, but 10 years is too long, especially when you're talking about judges that really have ignored the people's wishes. And we had to change the Constitution. Remember, we had to make a constitutional amendment to take away the governor's power to keep an indefinite emergency order based on like a law from the 1800s that the Supreme Court said, oh, yes, the governor has that authority, which we know better. But so we're asking people in November to vote no on the retention of the 3 Democratic Supreme Court justices. I mean, if you believe that the Constitution should just be followed, and that should be the role of the courts, not this activist judges. And you can see what the federal judges are doing too, with turning a plane full of violent gang members who are illegal, or blocking the president from stopping inefficient waste and fraud and spending. That we think that judges should be held accountable, and this is a way to do it at the ballot box.
And so in this one, it's Wecht, Doherty, and Donahue. Those are the 3 justices. Kevin Doherty, who I will say out of the 3, Kevin Doherty, in my just covering this, seems to be a little more fair or left of more middle or centrist than the other ones. But maybe that's just on some of the issues that I'm reporting on. But David Wecht and Christine Donahue pretty much along the progressive, like you're saying, ultra liberal lines. I think you can give me your take. That's all right. Out of those 3, what happens? So if voters then say no, they will not keep them in for retention out of these 7 justices, right? Because right now we only have 2 Republicans, Sally Mundy and Kevin,
5 Democrats,
and 5 Democrats. So it would remove what happens then? Can you take us through it?
So at that point, it would be 2-2, and we would have elections in 2027 to fill the 3 vacancies. And gotcha. So the voters still get to choose who the judges are. I mean, the governor could appoint, and the Senate would have to confirm, but likely it would be 2-2, and then we would go to have an election. And so I'm all for reasonable Democrats or independents or anybody else serving. I think you can be a judge without being partisan, but these 3 have proven they're not independent. They are partisan. I mean, look what they did to the gerrymander maps. Yeah. There's a reason why the Democrats are in control of the House. As Speaker McClinton said, it all goes through the redistricting. And redistricting, the fifth vote was appointed by the Supreme Court, and they voted with the Democrats every single time. I mean, just, wiped out the maps. And, that whole, the if you think gerrymandering was bad before the Democrats got in charge, I mean, this is a master course in gerrymandering. I mean, so my old House seat I served in was a small corner of Cumberland County, and they broke that into 5 different seats and crossed the river into the city of Harrisburg, from a suburban rural district into the city of Harrisburg to create a new seat. Talk about gerrymandered.
It's ridiculous. What about, I know that it takes, people registering to vote, Greg, but what about, for example, the fundraising, it takes money, quite frankly. And so what does that look like as far as the fundraising efforts?
I'm one of those unique political animals that likes to raise money. I was a donor before I ever got elected to anything. The Republican Party donors are investors. They need to see that what their money's going to is actually to protect the policies and the values that they believe in. So I'm out raising money. It's almost every day. I've got to raise about $25,000 a week to keep the party going. And we've got some great supporters who have been, and I think we had 1,800 donors in the first 3 months that I was chairman. So your listeners, I'd love their help. They can go to our website, phgop.org, and the smallest donation I got was 2 cents, and the biggest one I think was 50,000. But one guy sent in 2 cents. He said, "Here's my 2 cents." So it reminded me that you get a penny for your thoughts. So this guy put in his 2 cents, and we deposited it. Like I don't, it's like the widow's mite. Like people want to give us money. It does, as you said, it costs money, but we have to spend it appropriately and be good stewards of that money. And so we're spending it on the ground. We're spending it on staff and field directors and registering voters and then eventually getting out the vote. Because our second job after 2025 and the retention vote and getting elected, our 2 candidates for our candidate for Superior Court, Maria Batista, and our candidate for Commonwealth Court, Matt Wolford, after we get them elected, we've got to find a candidate who can beat Josh Shapiro. And we have to put in place the infrastructure that whoever our candidate is can beat Josh Shapiro, and I actually think he can be beaten.
And so I had Stacey Garrity on again. She's a frequent guest, our treasurer now, and so she's, eyeing that, and certainly, could be a contender for that. But it takes money, and also because, look, let's just be real here. The media is against you, and so Josh Shapiro is played as a very mild-mannered, middle-of-the-road candidate. And so which issues do you feel in the PAGOP could reveal something different that could stick with people?
Yeah, and keep in mind about Treasurer Garrity. Treasurer Garrity got more votes last November than any person in the history of Pennsylvania.
I say it every time I intro her.
Yeah, not more than any woman, not the highest Republican. She got more votes than Josh Shapiro. So if every one of those people votes for her, if she's running against Josh Shapiro, she wins. But look, the governor is he's a great politician, a really great politician. He's mastered the ability to take credit for everything. I mean, the sun comes up, that guy says you're welcome. I mean, the Puxatawny Phil, sees a shadow or doesn't see a shadow, he takes credit for it. And look, I get it. It's a political game. But what you can't take credit for is prosperity. The private sector is the one that takes the risks and invests. And I don't think he understands that because he's never worked in the private sector. He's never created a job. He's never signed a paycheck. He's never taken a risk and gotten a loan from the bank to make a business go. And someone like Stacey Garrity or Dan Muser have. They understand how you create jobs, and this can only go so far. An economy that's driven by government can only go so far, and it's not going to give us the prosperity. And Pennsylvania is losing. We're losing in populations. We're losing to Ohio. We're losing in demographics. We're young people. And I think that Josh Shapiro hasn't been a leader when it comes to taking care of our children. Remember, he went on Fox News and said, every child of God deserves a shot. That's why I support school choice. And then he vetoed $14 million,
line item
which isn't
veto.
a lot. which is not it wasn't a huge amount. It was $14 million. Line item vetoed out of a budget that had already been passed.
Yeah.
He could have stood up to the teachers' unions. This Reggie stuff, which could be devastating, and a huge tax on our energy. They're saying it could raise everyone's energy bills. Whether it's a mom and pop store or your own house, you're going to pay more in energy and taxes because of Reggie, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which the courts ruled that the governor didn't have the authority to put us in. That was under Governor Wolf. And Josh Shapiro campaigned and said he would get us out of Reggie. Well, he had an opportunity. Instead of doing that, he caved to the environmental green radicals and appealed to the Supreme Court. So I just don't think he has the leadership ability, or isn't willing to lead on issues that could turn around this state. I think we're ranked. I saw this weekend we're ranked like 32nd in as far as economic opportunity, when we have the greatest state in the entire country. We have the best labor force, we have the best location, the best natural resources, the best history. I mean, this is a state that we made America. I was just out in Aliquippa last week and saw a tour. They had 7.5 miles of old steel mills. And I saw this incredible where the steel mills. I said, no wonder we won 2 world wars. But how has this happened that these mills are all shuttered and closed? 27,000 people used to work in them. Well, because of left-wing policies that decided to send our manufacturing to Mexico and India and China. And, we need someone who understands we have all these natural resources. We should be using them in America to make things in America. So I'm looking forward to having that debate and promoting a Republican candidate against Josh Shapiro. And I believe we can win.
Well, listen, Greg Rothman, hope you come back. PAGOP, you can check them out. There are a ton of events that you're having over the summer months, ways to donate, to volunteer your time as well. Greg, thank you so much.
Thank you, Don. Thanks for having me, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Back at you. So you can let me know your thoughts. I don't know what Suze loves, Jeffy. What are you talking about with the weasel? Who's a weasel?
I don't know.
I just looked down. Darn it. I don't know. Somebody's a weasel. I don't know who's the weasel, so I'm trying to figure it out. They're all saying, what a weasel, and then something about, I don't know. And somebody's speaking Italian, or I'm not sure.
What the heck is going on in the chat
What are you
today?
guys doing in the chat, on the YouTube chat? I'm trying to keep up with it. And Dr. Mazzarelli's sister-in-law told you what? See, this is what I do. It's so distracting because I'm trying to listen to Greg Rothman, and I see this. I'm like, what?
Well, they were
Who's
all,
the weasel?
They were all kind of giving their reasons.
You guys?
You were saying that with the escalator 10 years ago, that you came down when you came down the escalator, you had a new life, and that's how you found 12th and WPHT.
Okay.
So they were all sharing why they had 12th and WPHT, and then Suze, I think, was talking about something else there, and I think you just got your answer.
Okay, yeah. Shapiro, so you were saying that you think Shapiro was a weasel. Yeah, I mean, I think, part of the issue is that they need to have, just to reveal all of this. You know what? One thing I wanted to mention, I know we've said this before, but after that, relatively, I don't know, within the past, 2018, 29-ish, there was that Supreme Court ruling. So not just here in Pennsylvania, but across the country, teachers do not have, you do not, as a teacher, you do not have to pay union dues, because public jobs like being a teacher or a cop, if you don't want to join the union or pay the union dues, you can still keep your job. I don't know if you knew that, if everybody knew that. I know we've had the discussion over time, but I just want to put that out there that, in fact, the more we say that for new teachers coming in, you can still be a teacher. You still get all the same benefits, etc. You do not have to be in the teachers union and pay all those heavy dues, which a lot of people, find that as a turnoff. So I just want to point that out as well. Okay, I got it. Now I get it. Suze was saying, all right, I understand now. All right, 855-839-1210. Really appreciate all your feedback on social media, on the YouTube chat. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Is your car nearing the end of its lease? Are you hoping to avoid the headache of finding a new car and their rising prices? With a lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, you can stay in your reliable set of wheels while making the most of your car's value. Enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA.
What is
Equal
Montos
opportunity
Claros?
lender. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit FamilyJewelers.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli Summers here, and now is the time to book your summer stay at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. I love this place, and I know you will love it too. Book a July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights will get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use that at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand. You could even take the family on a whale-watching boat cruise, but you gotta book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin, who was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams or any other event. Visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Make your reservations now, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Big news!
Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. Summer is here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you'll have to be there in person to vote. Plus the Elvis debate with Linda Kearns. And it's Dom Giordano Day. Join the fun, food, and drink at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you this Friday, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As you know, if you were with me since 6 o'clock this morning, first newscast, I had updated day 4 as we are talking about Iran versus Israel, what's going on there. President Trump essentially calling for peace. So we've been covering the escalation of that situation as Trump tries to de-escalate. He's at the G7 in Canada right now. But let us bring in David Zimmerman, who I talked to last week as well on different topics. But David Zimmerman, retired fairly recently from the FBI after working for 25 plus years in the counterterrorism arena, both domestically as well as abroad. David is also senior research fellow at the program on extremism for GW, George Washington University. And as I said, the former FBI agent, really instrumental in freeing some of those hostages from Gaza after October 7th. So we welcome in again David Zimmerman. Good morning. Thanks for being here, David.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for that kind introduction. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. We just wanted to kind of pick your brains, and we appreciate you letting us do that as we think about Iran and the debate that's happening here, because I know all the Sunday shows, we're questioning this and saying, this looks like Iraq again, and Iran, they're abiding by all the treaties, and they're not building any weapons of mass destruction. And are we being sucked into a conflict regionally, and they haven't done any? That's really the back and forth in the so-called mainstream media. This is your wheelhouse. And so I bend to you and just ask you to, take us through what you see. As somebody, I would love to sit and watch the national media with you, or international media, quite frankly. I think Dan Borowski, our executive producer, would as well. Yes. Just to sit and watch TV with you, kind of flip around all the different
Mystery
channels.
Science, yes. 3000. Yeah.
So we just wanted to pick your brains about that one, David.
You bet, ma'am. Well, as you mentioned, I was stationed in Israel for the last 4 years of my career. And I was actually present in Israel on the ground in April of 2024 when they launched the first state attack against Israel, where Iran actually launched missiles towards Israel. So I have some experience in that realm. My current role in the program on extremism really focuses on extremism, less so much on Iran, but the proxies that Iran supports. So I certainly can talk about that. But let me tell you, though, quickly my experience with that first attack against Israel, where we were the subject of recipients of 300 separate projectiles. We're talking about drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. And what we see today is even more of the ballistic missile launches. And when I say ballistic missiles, I'm talking about missiles that go outside the atmosphere, come back down. the kind of threat that we worried about from Russia a long, long time ago. Luckily, back in April 2024, 99% of those were shot down, not just by the Israelis, but the U.S. helped, the Brits helped, French, the Jordanians. So to experience that was surreal. My tour expired, I finished in late summer of 2024, but I know in October of 2024 there was another attack. And of course, this is the third, and it's quite an exchange, as you've seen since Friday, with the ballistic missiles coming in. But the important thing for Americans to realize is that Iran is a threat to the United States as well. They are the supporters, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and they arm, they train, they fund these terrorist proxies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis. And if you think back on October 7th, I mean, it was Iran that helped fund Hamas and basically gave them that, the authorization, for lack of a better word, to move forward. I mean, without Iran's funding and training and arming, I don't think Hamas could have pulled off October 7th. And then you go even further into the current trend we're seeing, this rise in anti-Semitism. Iran is very much behind that. On October 8th, the day after that horrible terror attack where 1,200 people were brutally murdered and 251 were kidnapped, and let me make sure your audience knows, 45 of those 1,200 were Americans that were killed, and 12 of those 251 that were kidnapped were Americans. And we still have 2 deceased American bodies being held captive in Gaza right now. But Iran encouraged the protests afterwards. So you saw this campus extremism rise up, this trend of rising anti-Semitism we've seen throughout the country, actually throughout the globe. I mean, Iran is behind that. The Director of National Intelligence in July of 2024 mentioned that and this is a quote, "We've observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to encourage protests and even providing financial support to protesters." So Iran is behind a lot of those campus protests. When you have Iran and you have Hamas thanking student protesters for the message, the anti-Israel, the anti-U.S., the anti-West, the anti-Semitic propaganda that they are pushing forward in these demonstrations and protests, that's scary. When you have Iran, the largest state sponsor of terror, and Hamas, a designated terrorist group by the United States from 1997, thanking American students, it's just scary. So there is a U.S. nexus to all of this, and it goes even further. And I think a lot of Americans don't realize this. In 2022, an FBI charging document was released online, and it indicated that Iran has sent assassins to the United States, murder-for-hire plots in the United States, where individuals such as even President Trump himself, a target of Iranian assassins, former CIA Director and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, U.S. Ambassador, National Security Advisor John Bolton, were targeted by Iranian murder-for-hire plots in the United States on our territory. And then, of course, Iranian dissidents, people who disagree with Iran. These individuals, like Mazi Ahmadinejad in New York City, targeted for assassination in the United States. And this is all public information, nothing that I'm telling you is secret, clearly. But most Americans don't realize this. So Iran is definitely, the regime there is definitely something that is a concern to Americans. So I know there's debate on, do we get pulled into this? Do we not get pulled into this? It's just people need to realize that there are other aspects regarding Iranian American relations and the potential for terrorism in the United States from Iran.
And so for you, when you think about who sponsors them, and that's really, the debate, I think, is about whether or not they're working on, nuclear or weapons of mass destruction. What I'm hearing you say, David Zimmerman, with your level of expertise and all of your work in counterterrorism, is think about how they in essence, are the pot stirrer, the world's pot stirrer, if you will, and
Yes.
that's an important, to say it mildly, and that's an important piece of this. So how do you handle that? And as far as U.S. relations dealing with that situation, for example, when we hear the news that was confirmed reportedly by some people in the officials within the current administration, United States administration, is that Netanyahu, as within the past 24 hours, let's say, wanted to do a hit on Iran's, supreme leader, that Trump said no, he was not on board and wanted to have that level of discipline. Do you believe that story? And what does that story tell you?
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell you, my philosophy is I believe only half of what I read and less of what I hear. Based on my experience in the Bureau and seeing press coverage of cases I've actually worked on, certainly the media gets some of it right, but oftentimes they don't. I've seen two different reports. I've seen that report that says that President Trump said that the Ayatollah is off limits, and then I've seen Israeli reporting saying that that's inaccurate. So I really don't know what to believe, but I do think that political leadership is potentially on the table based on what I've seen in the past with Hamas and Hezbollah and the targeting and the decapitation of their leadership. I think there was even some news media, again, what to believe on social media is so difficult, but even last night there was rumors on X that maybe Khomeini himself was killed, but again, not sure what to believe. It'll all come out eventually. Mm-hmm. But your statement about Iran being the pot stirrer is absolutely correct. I think that the world will be safer if that stranglehold on these terrorist proxies goes away. As I mentioned, they fund, they arm, they train Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. I mean, Houthis have been launching attacks against shipping in the Red Sea for a very long time. In fact, when I moved from Israel, my household goods had to go on a ship. It took an extra couple of months to get to the United States because they had to take a different route because there was concern about the Houthi shipping or the Houthi launches on shipping. I think if the regime were to fall, I think that let me back up. The Israeli goal here is to prevent a nuclear Iran. I think the world wants that. I think the United States has expressed that clearly. I think the Middle East region, the Saudis, the other Sunni states would probably agree with that. So I think that's the intention. Do not let Iran have a nuclear weapon because they've said that they would destroy Israel, and Israel now believes when somebody says they want to destroy Israel, take them at their word. So that's the goal. I think that regime change may also happen potentially, but if it does, it will impact these extremist groups, which is what I focus on. These extremist groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, it will dry up their funding. They will not get the arms that they need. The training will stop. And I think you will see a safer world if these extremist groups are reduced in stature because Iran's regime is no longer able to do what they're doing right now. So that's how I look at it. And you have to also look at the fact that if, God forbid, the Iranian regime got nuclear weapons, could they give it to these extremist proxies? What if Hamas had a nuclear weapon? Their stated goal in their 1988 charter is to destroy Israel. Can you imagine if Hamas had a nuclear weapon or if Hezbollah had a nuclear weapon? So, and what we see with the Houthis, they're launching constantly at Israel. If they got the nuclear weapon from Iran, it would be devastating. So these are the things I focus on really in the program, these extremist ties to Iran. But I hope I answered your question.
Yeah.
I think I continue to go off on tangents, but you're absolutely right when you say that Iran's a pot stirrer.
Well, and we're continuing the conversation with David Zimmerman. Some of the breaking news this morning, they reportedly had taken out some high-level Iranian officials. Also, that Israel had struck the Tehran studio of IRIB, which is the media network. So, in other words, taking out media and how much that impacts it.
I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to give a YouTube alert. This is actually going viral as we speak. Apparently, IRIB Arib was hit in Tehran. This footage is allegedly from there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, but it's just absolutely shocking footage that you see. If you just give it 1 second, Dawn, this is the moment that it happens live on television.
صدایی که شنیدید فضای غبارآلوده استدیو.
And so you see the anchor woman there as she runs off to the side, and you hear the blast. So that's the breaking news within just 4 minutes. Good job, Dan. Israeli Air Force has bombed the offices of Iran's state broadcaster, Irib, in Tehran just minutes ago. That's the breaking news. I don't have reports of casualties. She looks fine. I mean, she's running for cover, but you can clearly see things falling from the ceiling, and she's taking cover. So, your reaction, David?
I think these are historic times. I think the Israelis are probably thinking through a lot of these. Again, this is Dave Zimmerman speaking. This is not the Program on Extremism or the FBI speaking. I think the Israelis are thinking through such things as destroying police stations where they quell riots because they want to allow the people to rise up. If it's true that President Trump doesn't want Israelis to go after Ayatollah Khamenei, doesn't mean that that the people in Iran can't go after Ayatollah Khamenei. So to make that more apt to happen, you take out the police that quell the riots, you take out the media that limits what people can see. I think the Iranians have stopped the internet in Israel, in Iran, and I think Elon Musk has potentially allowed his was a Skylink network that allows people to get online to happen over the Iranian skies. So I think that trying to again get the people of Iran, you've seen Netanyahu, you've seen the president of Israel say, "Hey, Iranian people, come together." I think they are encouraging that regime change, and this might be part of that with going after the state-run media.
Yeah, and I saw that in the Times of Israel that they were saying that, in fact, that's correct, that Elon Musk turned on Starlink he activated Starlink in Tehran after the regime cut citizens off from any internet amid the Israeli strikes. So Elon Musk, once again, answering that call. And so he said the beams are on. That was actually Saturday morning that he had put that out there. So for you believe that's, and by the way, IDF is claiming now full control of Tehran airspace and issues a major evacuation warning for the entire city of Tehran.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, historic times, as I mentioned, for sure.
David, I could listen to you all day. Thank you so much. Really, we really appreciate your time. Thank you. I hope you come back soon again. We love your updates. David Zimmerman, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure. Have a good day.
You too. You as well. And I love the Southern influence because that's, you're raised right in the South. If you're saying, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So just so polite. And we really appreciate his service in the military. I should have mentioned that as well. I should have asked him I don't know if he was there over the weekend for the military parade, but started out, as you can imagine, serving in the Navy, serving in the Marines. So he certainly has had a long military career as well. But yeah, that's the latest as we look at Elon Musk activating Starlink in Tehran. And a statement from the Iranian Communications Ministry said that they were temporarily restricting the country's internet, so blocking Iranian citizens from knowing what's going on, and Elon Musk answering that call. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Great job, Dan Borowski, for bringing us that breaking news. As you heard, or if you're watching us on YouTube, then you saw that startling situation with, Tehran state-controlled propagandist TV being shut down. This is The Dawn Show. Thanks for being here on this Monday morning.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won. A lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
So earlier this morning, I had asked, would you buy the Trump smartphone? So in this one, the Trump family really is talking about announcing the new Trump phone. And how's the deal? It's a $499 device, so it's twofold. You have a Trump phone, and they've launched the service and the new phone. The phone, of course, is beautiful gold. And then the phones would be made in the USA, so that means no tariffs. They'd be less money. And this is the latest move, smart move, by the Trump organization into a new business venture, if you will, a new mobile venture Here it is. Let's listen to the big announcement. We're going to do Eric first or Don Jr. first?
Let's do Eric first, Don. Here is some Eric Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. And on behalf of Don and I and really everybody in the Trump organization, we have a lot of our employees here today. We couldn't be more excited about this venture. This year has really been a year of technology. Don and I have spent so much of our time in that. We're building the greatest hotels on earth. We're building the greatest golf course on earth. But we're also spending a lot of time in the technology field. Everybody knows what we've done in crypto. I think we've got the greatest projects in crypto, and more our company is evolving into various sectors. And but there is kind of a key to that, and that is America, right? I mean, the fact that all your customer service will be done in America. It's going to be done in St. Louis, Missouri. I hope I was allowed to give that out. And making phones in America. It's about time we bring products back to our great country, and it's about time we disrupt this space. And between really the three gentlemen here, again, hundreds of years in the mobile space, they know the world better than anybody, and we couldn't be more excited about this partnership. So, guys, to an extremely fun and successful venture, to one that's all American, based here in America with an American family. We're going to have a lot of fun doing this for years and years to come. So on behalf of myself, the Trump organization, Don, obviously, the entire family, thank you guys. We look forward to it, and some amazing things to come. There's a lot of things that we're not even mentioning on the stage right now, which we're going to be announcing in the next couple weeks and months, but couldn't be more excited to be doing this with you.
So just some of the headlines. CNBC, Trump organization announces a mobile plan, $499 smartphone, which I think is a fraction of the cost. We're all iPhone people. And then Axios, Trump org launches mobile service for $47.45 a month. Get it? $47.45. Trump branded this is NBC News. Trump branded wireless service launches with a gold phone. It is a beautiful gold phone, I will say. Verge says, so he's getting good coverage, by the way. Trump Mobile launches $47 service and a gold phone, which is only $499. USA Today, I'm going to click on that one. Trump organization launching $499 phone, new Trump Mobile cell service. So utilizing some of the majors as far as cellular service, but they're dubbing it Trump Mobile. So here's a few details that we're getting. 5G service through the 47 plan, flagship plan, $47.45 a month. And obviously you and I get the Trump references. So Trump Mobile is also slated to launch a mobile phone, the T1 phone, which uses an Android operating system.
Yeah, I'm concerned about this whole thing.
The launch comes on the 10-year anniversary of the start of Trump's first presidential campaign. That's how I started out at 10 talking about that. But it's, you guys have to tell me, because I've never had I've always been an Apple girl. So, and everybody in my family.
Well, Android's infuriating because they're always the green bubbles when you try to do those, group texts. And you add everyone in and everyone's blue, and then you finally have that one green person. They ruin the whole iMessage. I'm nervous about this, Dawn, because phones are incredibly finicky things. Mm-hmm. And Android is kind of like the open source version of an OS at this point. You got Apple, who has, the iOS and all that.
Yeah.
And then you have Android, which is much more accessible by private companies. And that allows for a span of good to bad products. I mean, you look at the Samsung phones, they're great, but then you look at some of the cheaper phones that are offered by the carriers, and you click on an app and it takes 20 seconds to open the dang thing. So I'm just very concerned that we're talking about a very finicky technology here, and Trump has done a lot of business ventures in his past. Some have gone well, some haven't. I'm concerned that this might end up badly for Trump, and I just don't know if it's a risk I think he should be taking, to be quite honest.
Well, okay, the T1 phone will also have 256 gigabytes internal storage.
Which isn't much, to be quite honest.
12 gig. I know.
Yeah.
You don't even want to know. Okay, should I even tell? You don't even want to know. See,
the amount of pictures people take, though, that fills up quickly.
My pictures, and it was David's high school graduate. Oh. Obviously, I was off on Friday. Thanks for all of your well wishes. So it was like a big weekend because it was David's big graduation, which went off. Went off beautifully. And then Father's Day weekend, it was like this huge weekend. But we're still celebrating our wedding anniversary. like it was this crazy busy weekend. But I think about all the pictures. How many pictures should I
Was it
even tell
crazy
you
busy?
guys?
Crazy, emphasize.
Crazy. I know. Don't even get me started. How many photos? And they keep going, like they're in the cloud.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't even know how many thousands of, and Larry's like, 43,100. 43,100. Because I like that I have my phone.
How'd you do that?
Huh?
How'd you get a total count? Because I'm curious.
I don't know.
I have
It just says it.
4,800. You 43,000?
43,100.
855-839-12. Who has the high score in our audience?
So I have 40. So I never, I have every video, every picture.
YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please put in there how many photos, videos. So all you can do is you go to photos, the gallery on your phone, essentially. And then at the top left, it has like items there.
Yeah.
How many items are in your gallery?
I know, and I should break it down, videos versus, but I have
40.
I know.
Wow.
And Larry's like, can't we? No.
Now, are you a multi-picture? Like, so you got people lined up to take a picture. Are you taking 8 to 10 pictures of the same? Okay. And are you deleting them, or are you leaving them in there?
No, I'll go through and delete, but I save like over the years. Your kids, all the events. You know what I mean? So I love, and I'll even over the years just Trump. You know what I mean? Just all the stuff of Trump events, Trump Force 47. So it's my job, but it's in the cloud. If somebody blew up my cloud, you'd be.
So
like,
everything's in the cloud. Is Trump offering a cloud?
Is he? Yes. Does he have a Trump cloud? That's what I want to know. I don't really understand all of it.
Yeah.
The cloud, by the way, for Apple is like a building in North Carolina. Remember the commercial where they go, "Where is the cloud?" But it's really a building, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not going to do an Android. I'm spoiled. But here's what I will say. Speaking of Elon, who I love Elon Musk. So Elon with his Starlink, I am very interested because Elon puts out every once in a while, would you do a phone? 100%. I would go for that. The Starlink phone, Starlink laptop. I mean, some of it you can get now, but he doesn't have a phone yet, does he? Elon? I don't think so.
I don't think he does.
But I think he's working on a phone.
X-phone.
The Elon phone, like I totally
or the X
would
phone.
go for that.
You got the iPhone, it's the X phone.
Yeah.
Who is that? Road Warrior, I think it was. Yeah. I love Trump, but this is straight out of The Sopranos with this prepaid calling card scam is what he said.
Sopranos.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Would you buy a Trump mobile phone? 53% Dawn say no, but 47% say yes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it depends on who the person is. I would say maybe it's a good starter phone, like for somebody, or a second phone. I don't know.
Yeah. You want
Not
more
for
from
me.
you want more from you want Don Jr.
Yeah,
or you
Don
want
Jr.
Eric? Okay, you want Don Jr. Let's go some Don Jr. Here is some Don Jr.
Great to have everyone back here on Trump Tower on this very fateful day, 10 years later. A lot has happened since then, and we're here to announce something pretty special. We've been working for a long time trying to deliver for the American people, for doing something unique for people who'd been underserved. And today we're here to introduce Trump Mobile. We've partnered with some of the greatest people in the industry to make sure that real Americans can get true value from their mobile carriers. A big part of what we've done right now in the world has been focused on technology for people who have been underserved, whether that's been in crypto or anything else. But one of the places where we felt there was lackluster performance was in the mobile industry. And so with Trump Mobile, we're going to be introducing an entire package of products that people can come, they can get telemedicine on their phone for one flat monthly fee, roadside assistance in their cars, unlimited texting to 100 countries around the world. And we've partnered with some of the best to really bring something unique to the American people.
So the venture headed by Don Jr. and Eric, they took over the Trump company, right? And so the mobile service joins Trump-branded watches, sneakers, and Bibles. And who wrote this? TheGuardian.com. The Guardian, they're very left-leaning. And they write, quote, products capitalizing on Trump's political brand with the Trump sons, indicating that more is to come. I will submit this to you, that if this does flop, Trump will go like, hey, it wasn't me, it was my sons. So there's that. I think what I hear Don Jr. saying, this is maybe for people who, for whatever reason, don't have the iPhone. So maybe you're on a fixed income. Maybe you want a phone. You're not a big phone person, but you want it for a specific thing. It's actually a pretty good price comparatively for a smartphone. I think that's what they're going for, a different audience. And so that's okay. We'll see how this goes. It's it's one flat monthly fee for the roadside assistance, for your car, unlimited texting. That would be international. And so telemedicine. So this is something different that they're trying to fill, maybe a niche market. That's the only thing I can say.
It's not 4,000. It's 44,000.
What?
Your pictures and videos. I'm still calling that.
I thought it would be more than that.
That's nuts.
41,000.
Lisa says 1,142 for her. She's got that. And someone else said something, but it was nowhere near your record. Newman says, Don has me beat. He says he is a bit over 37,000. That's Newman Price.
Okay. And what did I say? 41? What's the number?
Yeah,
43. 43,100. That's photos and videos.
Impressive.
Yeah, sorry.
You want more from Eric talking to Maria Bartiromo?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Maria, more and more we're using technology as a company, right, to correct the problems. Obviously, Truth Social was to correct freedom of speech, right? I mean, he lost his throughout the political process. Obviously, crypto, and we've got the biggest projects in crypto, was to correct another problem, which is the fact that they were debanking all conservatives. I was the most canceled person probably in the history of the country. And now we're doing Trump Mobile, and Trump Mobile is going to revolutionize cell phones, mobile calling. We're going to do it better. We're going to do it safer. We're going to have more functionality, more features. And the coolest thing about all these ventures is we're doing it right here in the United States. You're not calling up call centers in Bangladesh. You're not, you're doing it right out of St. Louis, Missouri. And you're going to have phones that are made right here in the United States of America. And it's going to be cheaper, $47 a month. You're going to have more international dialing for free, hundreds of countries, international dialing for free. It is the biggest bang for the buck, and we're really excited to get into the space. I mean, when you take kind of technology, obviously real estate's always been our bread and butter, but when you take the technology world between the social platforms, the actual hard devices, which is really what Trump Mobile is, and then kind of the true retail banking, CeFi, DeFi, worlds of cryptocurrency, which is no question where the world is going. I really believe we're going to have one of the great kind of tech platforms as part of the Trump organization of any company in the world, and I couldn't be more proud of Trump Mobile.
So Trump Mobile, there it is. Do you think it'll do well? I don't know. Maybe for my dad, he would get rid of his old flip phone. I've offered to buy him iPhones.
Still has a flip phone?
Yes, my dad.
Come on, it's 2025, Dawn's dad.
I know.
Come on.
Tell him, preach it.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt you, Dawn. I hate to do that, but would you buy a Trump Mobile phone on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT? Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications. 54% now say yes, Dawn.
54%. There it is. There's the number for you. And we also have Trump at the G7. So around the corner, maybe a few comments as they're just starting the G7 summit, talking trade, talking money, talking the art of the deal as he is in Canada right now. We got to talk about the exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. You've heard me talk about Piazza for years now. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand. This is in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. So what does it mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and more for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online. PiazzaAcura.com for all those special offers. Thank you. Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. From all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. Going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home. Now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The dreary conditions continue in the forecast. Clouds continue today with some light rain or drizzle at times. High temperature about 15 degrees below average, near 70. Tonight, clouds continue, some light rain or mist possible, low of around 64. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy, turning warmer and humid with a high 78.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
So President Donald J. Trump left last night, departed after a big weekend, his birthday weekend, Father's Day weekend, and of course, the amazing parade and celebration honoring the U.S. Army and 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. But headed last night for Canada for the G7, just spoke out moments ago.
So Don, updating, first begins by talking about building a relationship with Canada and the tariff deal between the two countries, but then takes reporters' questions, and that's where we'll begin. He's addressing the Iran-Israel situation, then gets into another topic as well. Here you go.
We're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something, hopefully.
Do you think a deal is achievable within days, within weeks? Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree. Yeah, sure.
Mr. President, have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah,
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
they'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that.
And you mentioned Putin. Do you think that he should have a seat at the G7 today, that it should be the G8?
I'm not saying he should at this point, because too much water's gone over the dam, maybe. But it was a big mistake. Obama didn't want him, and the head of your country, the proud head of your country, didn't want him. This was a big mistake. You wouldn't have that war. You know, you have your enemy at the table. Even I don't even consider him. He wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But likewise, if he were a member of what was called the G8 at that time, it was always the G8, you wouldn't have a war right now.
What Israel support and what intelligence support are you providing Israel?
We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Why not have China at the
make a
G8?
candidate
Why not
for
have
defense
China here, the
spending?
biggest economy in the world after the United States?
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody wants to suggest China coming in, I think we suggest. But you want to have people that you can talk to. You know, they don't talk. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8. As I would be, as you would be, as anybody would be.
This is why I love just taking Trump, because you never know what. That's a little bit of a surprise, isn't it? Why not have China here? And well, maybe he should be. Let's have the conversation. That's Trump. He's always intellectually curious. What about that? How would that look? How would that be received? That's what I love about President Trump, that he's just flexible in that manner. President Trump in Canada right now for the group of 7 for the economic summit, the G7 as it's called, referring to the past G8. And they're meeting just outside Calgary. And this has the tensions between Israel and Iran obviously boiling over. He's calling for de-escalation. So we'll get into it. Carney, Canada's PM is right there, just sort of standing by Mark Carney, as, of course, Trump is the focus. And Carney just stands there silently. All right, we'll get more around the corner. Just wanted to give you that sidebar with Trump speaking out. Never a dull moment with this economic summit as it shapes up the world economy. And so we'll talk about how that develops. Okay, let's speaking of developing, how are your windows? How's the siding? How's the house looking? Because this is a great time of year to reflect, to think about. It's a great time of the year to get things done. I'm thinking about it. We have a few more windows that need replacement. And I am sort of dreaming about different siding looks. But you've heard me talk about replacing my windows, doors with Chapman windows, doors, and siding. And I do want to share with you, there is a Chapman difference when I talk about that. Core values centered around high quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, as well as a team you can trust that empowers you rather than trying to sell you the latest whatever. So it's the reason that they have incredible ratings locally. They win many business awards locally because they're known. They listen and they understand your unique needs. That's paramount in achieving the look and the personality of your project. So they work with you. I can tell you this. They work with you to select the colors, the textures, the styles that fit within your budget. Everything is right in writing. Everything is upfront. There are no surprises, and that's so important. Chapman, by the way, they have financing options right now. They're available to help you make your exterior remodeling project a reality. You can call, you can text. They're listening. They're like-minded. They're local. 610-431-8898. I would suggest start online if you're not too sure, and maybe you want some ideas or you want to take a virtual tour. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com is where you go. Look at the before and after photos. That's one of my favorite things to get a little, inspiration if you're dreaming a little. And reach out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. make sure you tell them Dawn sent
By
you.
texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Yeah, so this weather, first day of summer is this Friday, and it's senior week, and I'm so sorry that a lot of the week in New Jersey at the shore is really kind of cruddy. It looks like maybe they'll get some breaks of sun throughout, but a great week.
That's nice.
Huh?
I said, that's nice.
Yeah,
Is
at least.
David going down for senior week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Him and his buddy getting some houses together?
Yeah, so we actually drove him down, he drove down yesterday. So it's senior week this week, but not today's certainly not ideal, but it looks like they'll get up into the 70s and this weekend looks like the first sunny weekend. Thursday is going to be 91 degrees, Ooh. Friday 86, Saturday 88, and Sunday 91. So man, it's going to be a beautiful weekend if they're right, because they're wrong a lot. But I know Dom Giordano is down in Wildwood broadcasting live, so. And I don't know if he can hear me or not.
Should be there. Dom, you there?
Yeah, I'm
hey,
here.
Tom.
Yes. Hi, Dawn. Yes.
So, a reason, Dom is shining. Maybe the sun is not shining, but it's Dom shine in Wildwood.
We'll give it a try. Road doesn't get too good when it's like this. Oh, God. A lot of winds. A lot of them at the convention center, though, and they have great stuff going on. So it's just one bad day here.
Yeah, just one. Looks like the rest of the week the sun will come out.
Yeah.
Dom Show, what have you? Do you want to tease what's coming up?
Oh, yes. We have the sheriff from Brevard County, Florida, who went through this litany, if you do this, to the protester that we've seen, ending up with, if you do this, your graveyard dead, which was an interesting phrase.
Yeah.
He'll be here at 12:30.
Oh, perfect. Great Dom Show down the shore, just ahead.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit FamilyJewelers.com.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt,
Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time from the shore, and, the shore, you got to batten down the hatches on days like this. I'm sure it's like that back in the city, but boy, we got a lot of show today. We got Mulligans on Friday, a lot of big stuff happening, and today is the 10th anniversary of President Trump coming down that escalator. You know how I am about touching the side, even a golden escalator. The difficulties
You wouldn't
with
touch
that.
the Trump escalator?
No, I wouldn't touch any.
Come on.
I got Ro at least putting her elbow on there now. You don't touch that. Do you know what's on there? Oh, my. Well,
How do you write it down then? Do you just cross your arms and...
I have good balance. I just get on there and I'm determined. If I have to get into a slight stance, I do. But once I get my footing that way, it's fine. So another thing at the shore, too, and here at the convention center, they don't turn off the air conditioner. Like during the air conditioning season, and that's it. Now, you have control there. I don't have any in this big room that I'm in at the convention center, which is really nice. But
We got a sweaty Dom doing the show today?
No, it's a meat locker.
Oh.
No, they don't turn off the air
That keeps you alert, Dom.
Yeah, it is. It is bracing. So 10 years ago today, President Trump came down that escalator, and I thought I'd ask, what is, if not the biggest, not the side question, but just it's hard to believe, 10 years, because how ferocious it is every day, and because of the election of 2020, so he's out 4 years, so we're getting 12 years rather than the usual 8 or even more because of the prelim to it. I would say the biggest thing, and it's being tested now, and I wanted to get into that with old Tucker Carlson, Trump's biggest legacy, aside from all the parades and bluster, and the parade came off pretty well, everything considered. In fact, it made me come up with the side question today, which will be something associated with the U.S. Army, person, place, or thing, over the course of the existence 250 years ago of the U.S. Army. And that is, we're not going to get into unending conflicts, not in our national interest, or even if they are, they're unending, there's no way out, you can't win, that sort of thing. That is the single biggest thing Trump has emphasized. And the one time I was in the Oval Office to see this, a few years ago before the election of 2020, about 40 or so congressmen came in trying to get Trump to put troops on the ground in Syria. Dan Crenshaw was one of them. I was there with 3 or 4 other hosts, and it was obvious Trump allowed us to stay. My God. As these guys are milling around him like in a circle, that he is adamant about no unending wars, and we're not going to get involved in these things that you can't get out. I'm thinking of Iran. And that brings us to Tucker Carlson. Trump over the weekend slapped back at Carlson directly saying, hey, buddy, feel free, Mr. President, to use hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, I'm the one that really amplified America First, brought that back. You're not going to tell me what America First is by saying we shouldn't have supported Israel in bombing the Iranian reactors, etc., that has set off a lot here. You're not going to tell me I'm the architect of America First. So who determines this? Trump? Or guys like Tucker Carlson and some of these people on that side that are very... Tucker Carlson's the leader of this suspect group now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is too. Trump making the point, you're not going to have peace if the Iranians have that reactor. If they're moving toward a bomb, that would set off a cataclysm. So, Dan, how about you? And Henry, not as many years, but you've been pretty much in this one way or another over the 10 years. What's the biggest memory or thing associated with this moment 10 years ago?
I mean, just everything that's come. It's a completely groundbreaking moment, Dom. The guy comes down an escalator. In his speech, Dawn had me pull this, and I'd like to play it for you. It's almost it's so prophetic what he had to say. Just take a listen to this line, Dom.
Our country is in serious trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. When was the last time anybody saw us beating, let's say, China in a trade deal? They kill us. I beat China all the time. All the time. When did we beat Japan at anything? They send their cars over by the millions. And what do? When was the last time you saw a Chevrolet in Tokyo? It doesn't exist, folks. They beat us all the time.
Just listen to this, Dom. Ready?
Yeah.
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically.
And it goes on, Dom, but it's just it completely set the stage as to what we saw on an international stage. We started taking ourselves seriously on an international stage and protecting ourselves first, and it's really usurped what we saw at the time from foreign affairs. It's just an ongoing thing, Dom.
That's more the winning. That's more his whole persona. The thing that's revolutionary still to me, when all this is written later on, Republicans used to be the ones we were going to go to war. Think of Bush with Iraq. Afghanistan, think of that. Trump has been adamant, and I never in a million years thought when he got into the primaries that was going to work. I didn't think a Republican audience would buy that. Somehow or another, they did. They were at the right moment to say, enough of this. This doesn't work. We're costing lives and treasury big time, and it has worked. Now we're seeing the ruffles, though, of Trump is not, Trump weaves and bobs. Trump is not saying, hey, we're just going to let Iran or anybody else do everything and we're not going to get involved when it's an existential threat. Tucker Carlson mustn't have gotten that part of the memo. And I have not heard on the station, I have not heard people calling in 855-839-1210. You can call me telling me, oh, no, you're worried about this, that Trump is going to engage too much in the Iranian thing. I think he's faked them out, and I think he's done it well. American troops are not going to get involved in this. I don't even know if we're going to give bunker busters or anything like that. I'm not sure. And I think the Israelis have been existentially effective in this. So we will see as that moves forward. Now, the thing over the weekend with the No Kings thing, this is youtube.com/1210WPHT. And in addition to the 10 years today, the thing that leads in my mind, Randy Weingarten. Now, this is only 25 seconds, but the flailing, the stuff that she does. I was mocking the other day all the things with Becky Pringle, not a potato chip, but the head of the NEA. Randy Weingarten looked almost as bad. Before we play it, youtube.com/1210WPHT. First of all, they should have had a carton or something under her. She's awfully short. She's just kind of peeking over the podium.
Oh, she needs the Bloomberg thing.
Yeah, she needs the Bloomberg thing. Where is that? There you go. Yeah. She needs to lift here big time, and she's flailing around. And the big story with her is how these teachers' unions are the enemy. They're the adversary, at least. Come on, Tom. They're the adversary of parents, taxpayers, conservatives, everybody. She quit these high-ranking positions on the Rules Committee and the Communications and this and that on the DNC. How is it that the head of the teachers' union is this big-time official just in one party? It's because they're the same thing. And if you're a teacher, you can deny it all you want. So, I know a lot of teachers. I've been through this in my years of education. There are enough of these activist teachers and enough of them that are just progressives, enough of them that are just arrogant, that they dominate the teachers' unions. And as a result, we have a woman who was on the Rules Committee and something else in the DNC quitting because the guy Martin, who is the DNC chairman, is more sensible and was kicking out David Hoke. That was the guy who was going to reach out to young men? Oh my God. That's her point of view. So she quit because she says that the head of the DNC now is not trying to enlarge the party enough and not listening to progressive voices. So think about it. The Democrat Party is not progressive woke enough for Randi Weingarten, an official, even though she is the premier. The other woman is second rate. She is the premier teacher union leader in the country. How much more do the teacher unions have to say to us about what a hurdle they are? We can't emphasize it enough. They are the premier hurdle out there. The money, the foot soldiers, shutting down schools, indoctrinating kids. They're beyond a disgrace. All right, so here's Randi, leading speaker in Philadelphia on No King's Day, flailing and looking over the podium.
You are the community to this president's
One sec,
chaos.
Tom. This is my fault with music.
And together, we build a future
Come on, Randi.
No, there it is. We don't want to hear Randi, do we? No, I'm just kidding. Here she is.
opportunity and justice for all. You are the community to this president's chaos. And together, we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. Hope over fear, aspiration over anger, the promise of America for each and every American. That is what we are fighting for today.
All right, the flailing is excellent. The flailing is excellent. The peeking over the podium, both excellent.
How do you say that she's better than Pringle, though? I mean, come on.
We have to win all the things.
I've never interviewed the Pringle. I have interviewed, as you know, once with you, and she was on the street doing it, and 5 or 6 times in New York. And I found her to be, boy, you know, a slugfest, but very smart, very cunning, very inside, all out. Pringle is just a lightweight in comparison to this. And that's why Pringle didn't do the speech here. But what more do we need to know about the teachers' unions? How much farther can they take themselves out of bounds that their president quits because they're not going radical enough from the positions that she has in the Democrat Party? You know, I think it's pretty uncommon to see someone in that position in that manner. It just doesn't make sense. By the way, a little bit more of a cut 9, Dan. This was Philadelphia at its best. The pseudo Eagles fans. I would have loved to have been there to ask them about the tush push. They probably say the brotherly shove. Listen to what they're chanting as they march through the streets of Philadelphia. Go Birds is the first part, and we have to bleep a little bit of the second. Here's how it sounded. Cut 9. All right, there you go. Just didn't look like football fans to me, but, you know, it makes me think if they are, it's amazing to me if they are. When I see Eagles fans in general, the ones that you see on TV that are going to the games, you mean to say they couldn't be Trump voters? Maybe not. Maybe in Philadelphia, and I used to think it's the union thing. These people don't look union. They just look like crazed anti-Trump people. And yet they're on the bandwagon with the Eagles. Are they just bandwagon people, or are they actually longtime fans? A little bit hard to say. All right, let me give you the side question. We've got a great guest coming up at 12:30, Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey. Here's what the sheriff said. Let me find the cut here. Here's what the sheriff said last week. Do you have that there, Dan? When we
10 seconds, I'll have that.
Yeah, here's what the sheriff said.
I'm gonna break.
Sorry.
Yeah. When asked about the protesters in Florida and what should be done, he went through a litany, a syllogism of they would expect if they're in Brevard County, Florida, And it took a lot to get this guy on. Our friend Michael Chipwood, the one in Florida, helped out with this because this guy laid it out beautifully what would happen in his county if we have these sort of protesters coming there to wreak havoc. And he started at the minimal level, then we went to the spitting level, and then we went beyond to attacking people. All right, we'll play it next segment.
We have it ready, Don.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, here's what he said.
Going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
All right, there you go. He'll be here at 12:30. We'll catch up. All right, the side question, as I mentioned, coming off the parade, the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army, back to what, 1775? Yeah. That the weather held off, and there were a lot of interesting things. And Brett Baer made the best point. The Army spends $2 billion a year, at least the services do, to recruit people. This is a very effective recruiting tool. Now, we'll see. We'll see if it is coming off this, because it got wide publicity. They did a lot of different things, including President Trump swearing people in that were new recruits or re-upping at a pretty moving moment of this. We have a drunken guest on Fox, though. That's I'll play you. I couldn't resist. So hit us with something, person, place, or thing associated with the U.S. Army. I'll take off the board Normandy. That comes to mind as just a staggering achievement and something that changed history. I'll take Patton off. You know, Patton wasn't the commander, but who's more famous? Who is it that people say, you're not like Patton? The movie Patton was made. Not the movie Eisenhower, the movie Patton, George Patton. All right, Dan, do you have one?
So are we doing only Army, or are we doing all of military?
Yeah, I was going to do Army, but
no,
you know what?
No, let's do just Army. There's enough with Army, I think. Totally. Let's do. I'm going to take MASH off. Mobile Army Surgical Hospital, the 4070th.
Yep.
And also, how about we talked about it just the other week when I brought up the Long Inquirer series that ran in the late 90s, centered around Black Hawk Down, the story of sending the forces into Somalia. I believe that was that the Army? Maybe not. I'll have to check into that, actually.
I'm pretty sure it was the Army. The Marines wouldn't be engaged in that, I don't think. I think it was Army. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe that one's not. Yeah. Well.
No, I think it's Army.
I'll find out. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, I do. So I'm going to kind of piggyback off that MASH answer there and say Alan Alda. I mean, obviously, he starred in the hit TV show MASH. But did you know that he also served in the Army during the Korean War?
I did not know in the Korean War.
Yeah, we'll tie in there. And then in honor of Spaceballs 2 being announced today, let's throw in Mel Brooks. He also served in the Army during World War II. Yeah.
Well, World War II, I can get everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Korean War with Alan Alda, that's impressive. Did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was consisted of, I went back and looked at Black Hawk Down, yes, Rangers, and Delta Force operators. But
okay,
yes.
Absolutely. All right, so let's put that in, 855-839-1210 at any point during the show. It's a short week. Michael Pelka would be in for me on Wednesday and Thursday. Today, tomorrow, and then, my goodness, the planning, talk about Normandy. It's like 4,000 ships come in here. All right, who has the football? Who has the football for Jaws? Oh, Robin, check that box. Okay. Roe has even, on this thing that she bought, Dan, made a promo. Now she can't find it, but tomorrow I'll have it. You'll actually hear her voice on the air promoting the Mulligans event.
What? Right, wait, Roe's voice?
Roe's
the breaking
voice
news sounder.
On the air
hold
tomorrow.
Hold on, Henry's right here. All right.
There you go.
So she's going to be on the air, Roe?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, just this little device and roll 10-second things for Mulligans. Getting her on the air live.
Come on. No, we got to get her on live. Do an interview.
Yeah. Well, that might be. Maybe at Mulligans.
Talk about the Barca Lounger a little bit.
This is the closest we're going to get to it for now, so they actually hear her voice.
All right,
I'll take 20 years. Yes, tomorrow we'll have that. All right, so 855-839-1210. It's easy to get in right now. Get your name in the hat. You have only 3 days this week. Yes.
I hate to ask, but can you take me back to the last and only time she's ever called in and what it was that piqued her call?
Yes. I happened to be on doing a Saturday show, and it was the Crocodile Dundee, the Michael
Crocodile
Irwin.
Hunter.
Yes.
Steve Irwin.
It's Steve Irwin. Yeah, Steve Irwin. When he walked among those alligators with his then 2-year-old or something running around and in his arm, that set her off. That was too much. It was worse than Michael Jackson with the baby thing, I think. So that's what she called in about. It was an extended 8 to 10 minute call. I don't know why we didn't save it, but
Steve Irwin's son's actually taking over Australia right now.
Robert.
Robert Irwin. He's huge.
Yeah. And the daughter took over the mantle of doing the show, I think.
Bindi.
Yes. So Bindi may have been in. I don't know which one was the kid, but that set her off. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. As I said, the odds increase this week. I'll be here today, tomorrow, and then the big show at Mulligan's on Friday. And we may not get in that many calls, given the astounding number of people. Scott Presler, Jaws is going to be there. Ron Jaworski, maybe 11:45 we'll do the football throw with him. I think we should have him throw first, and the rest of us will quit, probably. And he reputedly threw a ball 80 yards when he was a rookie.
What?
That is just, I drove down Hudson Avenue, and where the Johnny doesn't have the stuff up yet, though. I was kind of surprised.
Johnny, what are you doing?
Johnny. I didn't see anything up outside. I don't know if it's too windy or whatever. But on the street that we threw, where Dan did very well, there was only one car parked, but it was about 70 yards down the field. We got to move that. It was a big truck.
Ooh, that's right.
Yeah, just scoping out the playing field. I think Jaws might be able to throw it the length of the... No, that's 240 feet. I don't know. I don't think he can throw it the whole block. We'll see. Small block, though. 855.
Can we get Harold Carmichael out there to make the catch?
Yeah, you know what? We should have the honor when people get there. Who wants to catch the pass from Jaws? I'd like to have him like a 20-yarder over the middle. I'm willing to catch it. Now, if he breaks my nose with it, he still throws it that hard, I can't do the broadcast. That would be a problem. So go easy, Jaws. 855. We'll talk Eagles with him, too. And he's protectourshores.com. He's involved in all that. 855-839-1210. You know, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials. That would be food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. A lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural water. Not only best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water, put 46 years of experience to work for you. Our guy Dwayne came over last week, the routine, maintenance, and all the rest of it. He told me how many of you, when he came to the house, said, "Are you Dwayne?" There's only one Dwayne. This guy is unbelievable. They love showing you the impurities coming out of your water, the before and after, and recommended solutions that make sense for you. You got to get the free water test. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Click on martinwater.com. or 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. You tell them Dom sent you.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
Wait, what's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile. If they really want to sell a lot of these, hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying it.
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Weather sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
The dreary conditions continue in the forecast. Clouds continue today with some light rain or drizzle at times. High temperature about 15 degrees below average, near 70. Tonight, clouds continue, some light rain or mist possible, low of around 64. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy, turning warmer and humid with a high 78.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. That is Sheriff Wayne Ivey, Brevard County Sheriff's Office. A lot to unpack there. Sheriff, welcome to Philadelphia. How much do you make in Florida? We can double that here if you want to be a sheriff here in Philadelphia. I could get a GoFundMe page going right now here. I think there would be shock out there. Maybe.
Yeah,
Ahead,
I'm not sure I could get elected up there. It's a little bit different philosophy.
We make sure of it, though.
Yeah, we can break that, Sheriff. So, Sheriff, the part before we get to some of the things you said in here, most interesting, Governor DeSantis talked about this. In Florida, I mean, I've been in a situation like this where a woman was begging me. She was new to Philadelphia. She had to get to the airport. She was surrounded in downtown Philadelphia. And they told me if she moves with these people in front of her, we're going to arrest her and she's going to be in big trouble. It was incredible. We went all the way up to the rank of second or third in command of the police department, standing there telling us that. Is there a law in Florida that says you can proceed slowly and cautiously, I think, but you can get out of there?
Yeah, so, I mean, the anti-riot law that Florida passed a couple of years ago actually covers that. And, our stand your ground covers that. Our self-defense law covers that, every bit of it. And, the bad part about this is when they're mob ruling a car and they're surrounding it and they're beating on the windows and doing the things they're doing, pulling people out of the cars, first of all, they don't know what that person's party affiliation is in the first place. So, it could be somebody that supports their cause, but they're going crazy and putting violence on people. The second thing is you don't know what their intentions are. Their intentions are not just to damage your car. Their intentions could be to pull you out of the car and brutally beat you, sexually assault you, whatever it is. You don't know. So our state, we call it the free state of Florida. Lately, I see where they're calling it Florida around and find out. We don't tolerate that here, and that's what this whole message was about. Of course, the wacko media cuts out parts of what I said, and at the very beginning of my delivery, I said that peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We want it. That's part of what we are. And I even went as far as to say that if your protest is peaceful, we're going to provide you a safe environment to do it in. But if it turns violent, then that's what I consider happened in that speech was that was a tutorial on how to not go to jail or put yourself in a violent situation by attacking one of our deputies.
The thing that I zone in on, too, that I still can't get over, people don't understand how offensive this is. It is a violent act, is the spitting. You have people now that saying, well, I didn't do X, Y, or Z, I spat on you. I don't want Roberto Alomar to be in the Hall of Fame because he spit on umpires, and he was a sure Hall of Famer. So the spitting, Sheriff, just sets me off.
It's not only despicable, it's dangerous. We have no way of knowing if that person has HIV, has hepatitis. We have no way of knowing. So, no matter what scenario is playing out, if somebody spits on one of our deputies, the person is going to the hospital. We have a right to know. And, but again, if you're spitting on a cop, you've lost all touch of reality. If you're hitting a cop, you've lost all touch of reality. And I tell my deputies when I swear them in, we don't let people put their hands on us. You deserve to go home to your family at the end of your shift. And we're not going to tolerate it. We're going to be the most professional agency in the country. But if you put your hands on us, you're going to find out real quick that was a bad move.
Now, what's the big city where you are in the county? Have you had these sort of demonstrations? And if so, numbers and what did you do about it?
Yeah, so we had on Saturday, we had the two cities that had them in our county, Cocoa and Palm Bay, and where the Space Center is. And but Cocoa and Palm Bay, Cocoa, they're saying they had several thousand. I was there. I watched the whole thing on a video from a very close by remote location. I would say they had maybe 600 or 700 in Cocoa, and about 500 in Palm Bay. And it's amazing. Not one of them stepped off the sidewalk. Not one of them got outside the crosswalk, and traffic flowed just as it should. So it's amazing how that happened.
What's the reaction, Sheriff, that you've gotten to this? I mean, you've probably gotten some negative, but what positive did you get?
So the positives have been overwhelming from all across the world. I mean, this thing, as you guys know, went viral pretty quick. From all across the world, positives have been coming in. Locally, I literally have people as I'm driving down the road that are flagging me down, pulling up beside me, telling me that they love me for what I said. And that's from all parties that are going on. People are approaching me in the gym. They're approaching me at the store, telling me that, thank you for keeping my family safe. Now, conversely, from across the country, I've gotten a lot of hate email all of a sudden, and man, I don't know why. It's really, really odd. So, I
hope nobody from Philadelphia said that. Yeah.
No. So I guess telling people the truth about what's going to happen to them if they turn violent is upsetting to them. I don't know, but I mean, we've had all sorts of nasty stuff. Here's the biggest thing. Apparently I'm fat because almost everyone they send starts out with "you're a fat pig." So
that's so insulting.
Yeah, it's a thyroid condition. That's all it is. It's a thyroid.
You look beautiful, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and where did you take that beautiful thing from? Is that something that's out there? We know a president that uses the big beautiful bill. Your big beautiful dogs there.
So, okay, if you want to know where that came from, there's a comedian that does President Trump very well, and in one of his deliveries, he says, "We send in dogs, big beautiful dogs," and I said it as as I was rolling there, it hit me. And if you guys don't know, I have a 100-pound bloodhound that goes with me everywhere I go. He rides with me everywhere, and so we now call him a big beautiful dog.
Seriously, how much do we have to pay you to get you up?
Yeah, we have to see you. You ever get up these ways in Philadelphia? We could do quite a remote
Him and
with you there
Chitwood battling
too.
it out.
Yes.
It'd be great.
Yeah, how are you friends with Mike Chitwood, a ne'er-do-well from our parts of it? He is, the father. The father is legendary. So is Mike, following in the footsteps.
Yeah, so Mike and I are great friends. We actually met before either one of us were sheriffs. I was the resident agent in charge for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Volusia, where he was the chief of police. And we became close friends. We're cut from the same cloth. I mean, I'm better looking than he is, but that's neither here nor there. We're great friends. Mike is a no-nonsense guy. He stands up for his deputies. He stands up for his citizens. And, you know, I have this thing that I always say, that my job as sheriff is to protect what I call the 3 C's: our citizens, our cops, and our Constitution. And, you know, Mike subscribes to that same thought.
That is, those are 3 good C's. Chris on YouTube, Sheriff, saying as a resident of Brevard County, Florida, just want to say thank you, Sheriff, for the great work you're doing.
I'm blessed. I got a great team. They make me look really good. As I tell everybody, my greatest leadership quality is getting out of the way of good people, and they do great stuff here.
Well, Chief, thank you very much, Sheriff, for coming on. And if you're ever in the Philadelphia area, we would truly love to see you. But keep up the good work. Now, is your group, are you allied, you know, that program you have? We have a guy here doing it in the Philadelphia suburbs with helping ICE, facilitating, I guess, backing them up. Are you involved in that?
Yeah, I have, I think the last count, I have 91 members of my agency that are credentialed with ICE through the WSO program,
right,
and through the Street Task Force program. And we work with them very well. We appreciate what they're doing. We know their hands have been tied for a long time, and now it's time to let them rock and roll and do their jobs.
Absolutely. Sheriff, thank you very much. To be continued. We'll be on the lookout for you.
Sounds good. If I get that way, I'm coming to see you guys.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. You got it. Sheriff Wayne Ivey here on Talk Radio 1210. I'm laughing because he's kind of like a Florida version, but a bigger sort of thing than Fred Herron, who's the sheriff over in Bucks County, and he will be one of our honorees at Mulligan's this Friday. I think we give out their plaques around 12:30 or so, talk with them, Linda Kearns and Pat Malloy. But, boy, Dan, this guy is one of a kind. Every catchphrase, the 3 C's.
Apparently I'm overweight because I've been
exactly. Yeah, exactly. He said to Jim, he said to Jim's an 100-pound bloodhound with him, et cetera. It's one of the great joys of talk radio. You get to interact, meet people like this.
I couldn't cast it. Like, if we wanted a modern-day Frank Rizzo here in Philadelphia, there's nobody better than this guy. With his bloodhound walking around, it'd be great. Can you imagine him with the reporters? Yeah.
Unhook it, yeah.
It'd be awesome, Dom.
Oh, yeah,
Get
absolutely.
it all, don't miss any of it. You're a crumb creep.
You're a lush. I know a lush.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Oh, God. But,
you turn that off.
These
Take
guys
that thing out. Unhook it.
Have modernized themselves. You know, Rizzo would too, like this guy. This guy back in the day would be Rizzo, and they put a little tweak in there, you know, for public office. Oh, God. 855.
Minnie writes, and he's not fat. He's hard to kidnap because there's more of him to love.
All right. Hit us on the side question, too, your reaction to the sheriff coming off this. And here in Philadelphia, we'll play you a little bit of it. Philadelphia cops really controlled Antifa coming our way. The one guy, they just almost picked up by the scruff of his neck and threw him into the street as they were trying to start the crowd up in Philadelphia. I can't say it was universally violent other than just causing inconvenience. We didn't hear from Pat, though. She called in on Friday about going to a wedding in downtown Philadelphia, what that must be like. But 855-839-1210. A little bit later, Wildwood is where I am. Sun's starting to try to come out. We're going to talk with their chief tourism guy. They're excited. They got the Country Music Festival. Who would have thunk it here in Wildwood? And they told me they sold out 160,000 tickets. The capacity, I believe, is 40,000 a night, 4 nights of it. That's unbelievable.
160,000?
Yeah.
That's like double the No Kings protest, Tom.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot.
I'm sure some people come back for multiple nights, but still to sell 160,000 tickets. They now have the they now have the air show right after Labor Day. We'll talk to them about all
Don
that
Jelly
stuff.
Roll's going to be there. Jason Aldean, Lainey Wilson. Look at these names.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is Jelly Roll, in my estimation, is the hottest right now, right?
He's got to be up there, yeah.
I mean, when he's on America, it's got talent, stuff like that.
Oh, he's all over American Idol,
yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, he's the face of that, so to speak. And I do see the talent. He's I don't know enough about him, but his talent is obvious and unique. So I guess he's the headliner, yeah.
And, Jason Aldean's the guy that does Try That in a Small Town, too. He's one of the headliners.
Yes.
That's great.
Exactly right. It's like the Richmond guy who, there's people north of Richmond that made such a hit. He's written now about divorce being unfair. Oh, man.
Oh.
So Ro and I are usually down here the first night or two of it, and it's like every woman walking down the block has some form of like suede cowboy boots that are half boots, jean shorts cut somehow or another, and cowboy hats.
Yeah, it's quite the sight.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's like, where did these people come? Don't they know this is South Philly dress code? What the heck?
Well, that is South. Well, according to you, that's South Philly dress code. Whipping out the cowboy hat, you know,
With
the boots that you wear.
Yeah, the cowboy hats. It's a nice look. It's
Well, you
a
do
very
have
nice
cowboy
look, yeah.
boots, Tom.
Oh, that's right, mine.
Yeah.
But these are females, hundreds of them. Yeah. All right, so 855-839-1210. A lot with the U.S. Army. Hit us with something. Maybe you have something. Oh, I see a great one here. Anything that's outside the box. U.S. Army 250th anniversary. You know, when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Recently, I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener, new patient for Dr. Bentz. Joyce had this dentist, she told me, something like 10 or 12 years. It was okay, and then suddenly he said, Joyce, you need dentures. They weren't for her. She's vintage, not old, and she went with Dr. Bentz. He and his team provided a different path. She got dental implants and is doing extremely well. The dentist you choose does matter. Dr. Bentz has the latest technology, the expertise to give you the most accurate and best diagnosis. Just call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to greater dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. Or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. Make that initial call now. Get that initial evaluation. 610-272-6949.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy. And storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Snyder with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating 85 years with special anniversary share certificates. Earn 3.85% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only certificate, or choose a 15-month certificate at the same great rate. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these anniversary offers and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hey, Dom Giordano Show on the roadside question today. Something associated, real person, fact, figure, anything with the U.S. Army, 250 years. Let's go to Bill and Bucks. I think this is a pretty good one. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon there, Dom and Dan and Henry. Greetings from Bucolic, Bucks County. Anyway, my side question answer is an Army veteran who's now deceased. He was in a tank corps, I believe in the 1958-60 era, and he was also known as the King. And I'm talking about Sergeant Elvis Aaron Presley.
He was at the sergeant level, Elvis?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that. I just remember when he had the haircut. That was nuts. Yeah, that's a good one, Bill. That's exactly it. Thank you, Bill. In Bucks, yeah, Elvis, the U.S. military, that's outside the box. That's an interesting connection to it. Xenos in Upper Darby. Zenos, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Hold on, Dom. Something just...
Okay, that's all right.
That's weird. Let me go to Zenos.
Yeah, let me go to Zenos.
No,
here.
it won't. My.
Oh, okay.
Try putting him back through. There we go. There's Zenos. Zenos,
hey,
you there?
Zenos. Hey, Zenos.
Yes, Tom. Good afternoon. I'd like to make a little comment about the police officer from Florida. That guy has grit. Just like Mike Chitwood, and I know Mike Chitwood, he had grit. He was a good police officer. That's what we need. Rizzo had grit. They didn't like it, but he spoke it. He spoke his mind, and that's the way it should be. These officers, they got to be respected. Or soldiers, or paramedics, or firemen. They have all grit. Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Space Force. These guys have grit, and they don't get the respect that they deserve.
All right, exactly right. Now, that's why we had him on. Zenos, what's your side answer today?
The side answer was an all-volunteer force in Burma during the Second World War fighting the Japanese to stop them from going into India was Merrill's Raiders. Strictly all volunteers. They were down with supplies, and they were fighting the Japanese hand-to-hand combat before they got their supplies, which they're not too well known in history. But those guys had grit. And along, with the D-Day invasion, every one of them. But it's something that they don't remember, and they're not talked about. I remember that from school.
Well,
and these guys had grit.
They certainly did. I know of them. Thank you, Zenos. I think there was a film. I don't know. I think they called them Merrill's Marauders in the film. So, yeah, but it's always good to do that. That's what we're looking for.
Zenos got grit, Dom.
Yeah. He just started calling on Memorial Day. Awesome. It's the first time I ever heard him. He said he found us, first call. I love it. All right, coming up, Benjamin Netanyahu to Brett Baer. Yeah, those two assassination attempts on President Trump were vis-a-vis through Iran. I'll break that down for you. And, oh no, say this isn't so. Big story, the House bill that passed could mean deep trouble for schools like Swarthmore. That's right, their endowment tax would rise from 1.4%. Can you imagine these people? Income inequality. They only pay 1.4% on their endowment. It would raise to 14% and maybe as high as 21%. Whoa. Yes! Under the current House proposal.
People in the convention center are probably like, what the heck is going on in that room?
All right, yeah. Well, I'm in a big...
I'll have what he's having, please.
I'm in a big padded room here.
They gave you a padded room this time.
Yeah, the room 5. You're in room 5.
Johnny Z's definitely listening. He's got the sign up out there now, Dom.
Finally, my God. How big is it?
It's the standard one, yeah.
No, I thought there was going to be a big cardboard cutout of me about 6'2" saying, come on in. Johnny, where's that cardboard cutout? I mean...
the hot dog shop on Route 70 that has the giant, waving individual? Yes. We should get, a giant waving Dom Giordano statue at Mulligan's.
I always
welcome everybody in,
I always liked the marquee, and when I brought Bill O'Reilly the first time over there in South Jersey, I think it was Pittman. Is it Pittman? My name was on the marquee ahead of Bill O'Reilly. Oh, man.
that means you're the opener, though. Was it smaller or was it the same size?
No, it says Dom Giordano presents.
Wow.
It's like Ed Sullivan, when you're the Beatles. Who are they? Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Jump on board on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Great side question today, honoring the U.S. Army, 250 years. Something associated, person, place, thing, with the U.S. Army over its history. Everybody's got one. Jump in with yours, get your name into the hat, and you might be a winner. We only have 3 shots at it this week. I'll be here today, tomorrow, and then Mulligans on Friday. Every Mulligans is precious. The Summer White House debuting new shirts. You want to get there early to get your shirt. Going over the rules with Roe, too. She has these judge of election buttons made up. I said there might be counterfeit ones there. I'm not trusting it. And I think we should...
There's buttons involved?
Oh, yeah, the judge of elections. And I think we should put the big box on the second table, right from where the main table is, so that we can all be eyeballing it as we count down to what I think is going to be a nice win for Gravy. And I don't
think so. I don't think so.
I want a mandate. Now, you're able to vote.
It's not great sauce.
So you're going to be disclosing your vote is still going to be sauce.
It's going to be sauce.
Okay.
You don't call it marinara go back, watch the Goodfellas, these other Italian films, they're all saying sauce. You know, they're Sunday sauce.
Okay. No, they didn't say Sunday sauce. They said gravy, but they did say keep the sauce going. Well, remember, Ray Liotta is only half Italian.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So he went with the bad half.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said sauce.
Well, I mean, there's someone that's pretty darn Italian, Dom. I don't know if he gets more Italian than this guy. I mean, you can't one-up him. Frank Sinatra?
Excuse me, Mr. Sinatra. Are we calling this sauce or are we going to call it gravy? I mean, we have to determine this. It's a sauce.
It's a sauce.
All right.
There's not a bigger Italian-American than Frank Sinatra, Dom.
Oh, wait a minute. I have somebody that wants to be a receiver for Jaws on Friday. Let's go to David in Somerset. David applying to catch the pass from Ron Jaworski. But, David, you couldn't catch the pass from me. Why should we let you catch it from a slightly better quarterback like Ron Jaworski?
Well, because he's a real quarterback that's going to actually throw the ball when I'm making my break. He's going to put it right on my hand instead of throwing that little lollipop throw you had there, Tom. You know?
Almost took the head off of a poor woman. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I had to go diving for it. I mean, I'm gonna make my break. I'm gonna turn, and the ball's gonna be right on my hands. Joe's gonna put it right there.
So you want like a 20-yarder from him. You don't want the bomb, the 80-yarder.
No, I just want a 20-yard dig route. So.
If he throws the ball 80 yards, I was going to say I have to buy everyone in Mulligan's a drink, but he might do it.
Yeah, you might not make that.
You know, let me tell you one thing about him too, Dom. I was playing golf one time with a father and son. They're big Eagles fans, and we were playing at Valley Brook Country Club, which he owns, and he was hitting balls on the range, and the one hole comes up right next to the range, and you know. We all yelled out, "Hey, Jaws, how you doing?" You know, he dropped his club, and he walked through the hedges, and he came over and actually talked to us. It wasn't, like, superficial. He was interested to know how we liked our time. Was there anything we can improve here? I mean, you know, he's just a total gentleman.
Oh, he is.
Do you golf a lot there, David, just in general? Are you a big golfer?
Well, I'm a big golfer. I don't play there as much as I'd like to. I mean, I like the track.
No, it's not about his golf course. It's more so Dom last week made a crazy claim that he thinks he can outdrive the great Eagles quarterback, Ron Jaworski.
I think
so. You really think?
And he said he can throw a football, too. So
No, well, the football, no. I've been driving it very well. I think I can outdrive Ron.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We got the footage right now of Dom throwing the football. As we see it, we'll see that.
I'm only kidding with you, Dom. So,
well, you know, if Johnny Z can and we got the mayor on our side, I think we could clear off Hudson and drive balls down there. There's only a few houses. What could go wrong?
Nothing could go wrong. What could go wrong? I mean, we all hit our golf balls straight. We watched that yesterday, right?
Exactly.
Everybody hit them straight.
Exactly.
For the radio audience, let's hear the crowd reaction when Dom almost takes the head off of this poor woman.
25 yards.
David Sellers said he's open. You might want to watch out. We didn't sign any waivers, so maybe we don't do that.
Wait a minute, take the other light right now. Probably hit the light.
Oh, it's the light, Dom.
It's the light. The first pass that I threw, though, that I can't believe I hit the guy. Small target, right on the money, right there.
That
you
was
saw
right
that,
on the money.
David.
That's why I thought for sure you would be able to get that
bigger target.
In there, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, I was restricted, lawyers and all that.
Lawyers, the ceiling. What else are we in here,
David? What's your Army?
It's field command instead of centralized command. And in World War II, we would never have gotten off of Omaha Beach if we were waiting for orders. And you know, when you shot a captain, a lieutenant stepped up, and then our NCOs were second to none, and they're always second to none. And you know, I mean, it's something that I say this to friends. It exists today. If you think about examples like in college basketball, you'll see a team that has a senior, and the senior graduates, and they don't go to the Final Four. The next year, the rest of that team, they all step up and become leaders, and they go to the Final Four the following year without their best player, which everybody thought they'll never make it back there ever again without this guy.
I hear you. No, you're exactly right. U.S. military, second to none. Great example. Thank you, David. See you on Friday. All right.
I'll see you then.
I don't know who Jaws will deem worthy to receive the ball from him.
I mean, this guy, he's got dough for one of your balls, Dom.
He's a pretty big target, too. He looks kind of athletic. I think David would be, and he's a good guy. He's a regular. He'd be worthy of it.
I've got the arbiter of all pasta knowledge, Dom, YouTube.com. A commenter by the name of Al Dente says, Dan, tell this joker it's sauce.
Well, Al Dente, show up at Mulligan's. We'll see. I bet I'm going to have that crowd so stoked up by 3 o'clock.
Al Dente chiming in.
They'll storm the voting booth. People are going to be coming from 100 miles away. Ro has the official ballots. She can't believe I want people to sign them and all, too. You're not going to vote twice. Just once. That'll be enough.
Were you able to get the chef to come? Chef Boyardee?
Chef Boyardee is indisposed. I'm making a call out to his son.
I don't even...
No, I don't think so.
That's horrible.
Okay.
Sorry to the Boyardee family.
Yeah, over the weekend, I just wanted to play this.
Oh, he was born in 1897. That
I don't think Chef Boyardee is with us, even though I honor him.
1985, Dan. I'm a little late there.
One of the top 5 Italians of the last century. Here is Benjamin Netanyahu, and it was almost cavalier how he threw this out. Netanyahu talking about Iran with Brett Baer and saying, now Dan's conspiracy is perking up on this. Remember the Crooks guy and then encrypted stuff. Here's what Netanyahu said about the 2 assassination attempts against Trump.
These people who chant death to America, try to assassinate President Trump twice, killed 241 of your Marines in Beirut, killed and injured thousands of American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, try to bomb a restaurant in Washington, D.C., chant death to America, burn the American flag. Do you want these people to have nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to your cities? Of course not.
Yeah.
So we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending the world.
I want to talk about the nuclear threat, and I want to talk about President Trump. You just said Iran tried to assassinate President Trump twice. Do you have intel that the assassination attempts on President Trump were directly from Iran?
Through proxies, yes. Through their intel, yes. They want to kill him. Look, he's enemy number 1. He's a decisive leader. He never took the path that others took to try to bargain with them in a way that is weak, giving them basically a pathway to enrich uranium, which means a pathway to the bomb, padding it with billions and billions of dollars. He took up this fake agreement and basically tore it up. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He said, made it very clear, including now, you cannot have a nuclear weapon, which means you cannot enrich. He's been very forceful. So for them, he's enemy number 1.
Yeah.
Look, they also tried to kill me, but I'm his junior partner.
When did you?
All right, so Brett Baer tried to go on a little bit there. I'm not sure if I'm exactly hearing Netanyahu locked down to say the Crooks guy over in Butler was an agent of Iran. I wish we had gotten more clarity out of that, or is he just getting fired up because, certainly Iran wants to kill Trump. There's no doubt about it. All right, 855-839-1210. That somehow or another slipped through over the weekend. If there's any credibility to that, that's a huge story. I mean, that is really, really connective to us. We need to know more about that. All right, I mentioned early on, last hour, Swarthmore College. And I apologize, we didn't see this fully in the House bill, the big, beautiful bill. Swarthmore, a private school, they warned their endowment increase could deal a devastating blow. Swarthmore's endowment tax rate would rise from 1.4% to as high as 21% under the current House proposal. That would mean the college's tab would rise from $2 million a year to $20 to $30 million. Well, if that's what it is, that's what it is. They're one of coalition of 25 small private liberal arts colleges, including Haverford and Bryn Mawr, urging lawmakers to exempt small colleges below 5,000 students from increase in the tax. We're not saying we don't want to pay the tax at all. We're just saying keep us where it's. Oh, no, wait a minute. Any big mouth college, these progressives up and down the line that spew constantly income inequality, telling people to pay their fair share. So what is Swarthmore's fair share? I think the House hit it just about right. I would probably go higher, 21% of their endowment. That seems about right to me. They're rich fat cats indoctrinating people, constantly coming up with one scheme or another to go after the middle class who wants tax relief. And now they're telling us they would be devastated if they had to pay their, quote, fair share. Isn't it amazing? The usual suspects on there. Haverford, where they were probed for anti-Semitic nonsense. Bryn Mawr, and a bunch of others. Haverford does not, but it's close to the threshold. Swarthmore is coming up to it. Under the current requirement enacted during President Trump's first term, colleges pay the tax if they meet the threshold of having at least 500 tuition-paying students and an endowment that's larger than $500,000. More than half of Swarthmore's $220 million operating budget is funded by endowment earnings revenue. At Penn, it's 20%. At Princeton, the endowment returns to fund 95% of its nearly $3 billion annual operating budget. I mean, these are the people that constantly tell us it's patriotic. Why are you people so much against taxes? And then when they get hit with this sort of tax, which probably is what they should have been paying all along, Harvard should pay a lot more with their endowment. Why in the world would we listen to them? Why in the world would the Senate listen to them? Well, they'll have some insiders there, maybe a Republican or two trying to curry favor. But the bottom line is they ought to be paying this or more. I mean, it's an obvious thing that this is something that's going on way too long. And the bottom line is that would not be excessive for them at all. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. And anytime I hear people, billionaires, $100 million, the Kennedys would be an example, lecturing about income inequality and then retreating to their fortunes, how does Bernie Sanders have 3 homes? And yet, we talked about that with the head of the AFL-CIO when he had him in here. He couldn't explain. Their value is probably around $2 million plus. How can you lecture about income inequality? You should only have 1 home then. Otherwise, you can't talk about it. Isn't that a relatively simple concept? This would stop a lot of this. Swarthmore is a perfect example of these elitists who want to hit us with that kind of talk and yet don't want to pay the tax. It's a big jump, 2 million to 20 million or so. Then maybe you should agitate for fewer government intrusions on everybody else. Then we might listen to you. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
Wait, what's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile. If they really want to sell a lot of these, hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying it.
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I want to tell you about the Chapman difference. Core values centered around quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and a team that empowers you rather than sells you. It's the reason why they have more than 200 Google reviews with 4.9-star rating. It's a pleasure to work with the Chapman team, who understand that listening to your unique needs is paramount in achieving the look and personality of your project. And Chapman, they're going to work with you to select all the colors, textures, styles that fit your budget. Chapman has financing options available to help make your exterior remodeling project a reality. You can call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Go ahead, dream a little, and do what I did. Reach out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Tell Dawn sent you.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Achieve your goals with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Make the most of your money by taking advantage of high earnings averages and flexible terms designed to help you reach your long or short-term goals. Open your account with a low minimum deposit and begin earning on your funds. What are you hoping to achieve? Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano's show. Scott Presler will be with us tomorrow. He'll be with us at Mulligan's on Friday. I'm going to have to put up a dual headliners there, Presler and Jaws. I can't decide. It shows the beauty of talk radio. On one hand, we have the serious voter registration, the elections, the travels of Presler, who is coming back from L.A. That's why he's not on today, where he led a massive, and I was looking at some of the crowds he had, voter registration to get voter ID on the ballot there. Then he was on the Laura Trump show. He at least was driving a golf cart with her at Bedminster. You imagine what it's like over at Bedminster, the people hanging around with Trump there, just the golf carts. So he'll be here tomorrow at his usual time, 2 o'clock, laying out what he's up to, the weekly report, and then with us at Mulligan's on Friday, along with all the other stuff. If you told yourself, I got to get to one of these, the Dom Day is the most potent one. That's the big one. That's the one you should come to. We're going to have great stuff throughout the summer, but the kickoff, it's like the kickoff of summer. All right, side question today, U.S. Army. Here is Chris Hayes, I believe it's Hayes. This is MSNBC. And one of the hosts is shocked that the U.S. Army's 250th birthday doesn't have dark, malevolent energy cut 6.
One thing I will say, I want to go back to you, Allie, that again, when we talk about this sort of tension in the country, and sometimes, you know, you and I have both been at Trump rallies, those can be, you know, very tense, a kind of, I would say, like kind of a dark, malevolent energy sometimes in them. Not always, but it doesn't seem like that's the energy on the mall today, which I think is a good sign, right?
Correct. That you're really correct about that, Chris, and it's something we were watching for. Yeah. I'm just sort of surprised by the number of people who were at the front of the parade watching, cheering, and then would come and ask to take a selfie. Yeah, right. This is a very different mood here. Yeah. People seem to be going out of their way to say that they're here to celebrate the Army's 250th birthday. Now, there are people walking around with signs. A moment ago, while you were talking to Jen, guy just came around and said, Trump 2028. And I said, how does that work exactly? And he's like laughing and had a big flag on him. So there's some politicization here, but it is not, it's not dark. It's not tense. It's not amped up. It's different. It's different from covering a Trump rally.
All right, there you go. So even MSNBC didn't see that way. There is and look, I believe in this stuff. There's actually people that monitor if something's up overseas, the Pentagon, and how many pizzas are being delivered. Apparently, the Pentagon had a pizza monitor, predicted a busy night ahead of Israel's attack on Iran, and the local gay bar traffic was down. I don't know why the Guardian threw that in, but they also said that they keep monitoring how many pizzas get delivered to the Pentagon, which with all those places Dan and I have talked about that they do not have a pizza place. That might be up and coming with Sean Parnell.
So is
and
the
boys
idea
over
that they're
there.
working, harder, they need more food, and that's why they're seeing like a pizza increase? I don't. What's the correlation between pizza
I
and
think
Israel?
Yeah, that they're going to be there late. They're not going home.
Gotcha,
they're not
yeah.
going to be doing anything. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's why it's there. That's the whole apparatus, Dan. But the local gay bar, the Guardian threw that in. I don't know if they're monitoring that, and if it's a slow night, they think someone's going to be bombed. I'm serious. That's the headline. Pentagon Pizza Monitor predicted busy night ahead of Israel's attack on Iran, low gay bar traffic, and the spike in pizza deliveries before strikes boost theory on the Pentagon activity during invasions. And this looks like pretty generic pizza, so I'm not exactly sure that I can make anything out of it.
What's on top of the pizza, Dom?
I'm just looking at pizza boxes.
No, but I'm saying like when you spread that red stuff all over the pizza, what's it called?
Oh, that's right. It's gravy.
No!
Coming up here, Lou Belasco is with us, the head of the convention center, and we're going to talk with him all the stuff that's going on in Wildwood. But Lou, I'm sure that you are a gravy guy, not a sauce guy.
Yes, sir. That's right.
There you go.
Oh, come
Expert
on, Lou.
witness. Notice he leaned into the mic and told us right there. Count that. Come
Hear
on.
it, yes.
The guy's directing everything here at the shore. That's got to count as a vote on Friday. I'll allow a mail-in ballot if he can't get over there.
Oh, for Don Giordano Day?
Yes.
Of course. I'll get there. now I have something to vote on, too?
Absolutely.
I'm in.
Gravy or sauce. We have this festering thing, Lou, going on around that. All right, coming up, we'll talk with Lou, though, about they have the air show here in Wildwood now. They have, of course, the Country Music Festival. Man, they're going to have a lot of pizza boxes that night. The numbers I was told today. We'll go through all that. Let me take a couple here, though. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe is lunching with Roe and me at Mulligan's on Friday. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, you know what's beautiful about this controversy and conflict we have going on, whether it's sauce and gravy or whether you could throw a football 40 yards or 40 feet, we come away not hating each other.
Yes.
The liberals could never pull that off. We laugh, we disagree, we pat each other on the back, and we walk away with a smile. And I love it.
Absolutely, Joe.
I mean, speak for yourself, Joe. I'm over here really upset about this whole sauce gravy thing. It's infuriating to me. I go home and I complain to Maisie for 3 hours a night just saying Dom refuses to call it sauce. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, we can like group our efforts and make you find your happy place, Dan.
All right. Well, yes, that would work.
It's
okay.
good
My mother just made some yesterday. I'm confirming it was sauce.
Now the mom's rubbing it in. All right, so Joe, what's your side answer?
Well, I just want to say it's still good competitive camaraderie amongst friends. My side answer, and it's every year, shows me our next generation of fighting heroes at every year at this time when the graduating cadet class throw their white, beautiful Garrison caps all up into the air in unison.
Absolutely, Joe. Great one. All right, coming up, we'll talk with Lou here at the Convention Center, where I'm happy to broadcast from each and every year. Big things coming this way to Wildwood. Could you get into this country musical festival over 4 days, though? If you had some pull, some inside stuff, I hear maybe not. It's that big. Who could get in there? All right, we'll talk straight ahead about that here. 855-839-1210.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com! By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Weather sponsored by the Independence Seaport Museum.
The dreary conditions continue in the forecast. Clouds continue today with some light rain or drizzle at times. High temperature about 15 degrees below average, near 70. Tonight, clouds continue, some light rain or mist possible, low of around 64. And for Tuesday, mostly cloudy, turning warmer and humid with a high 78.
Discover Philadelphia's river of history at the Independence Seaport Museum at Penn's Landing. Climb aboard the Olympia, the oldest floating steel warship in the world. And tour the Bakuna, a World War II-era submarine, and explore life below deck. Plan your visit at phillyseaport.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, that's Jason Aldean coming up, the big country event here in Wildwood. I would assume that's part of his playlist. It's got to be. I think that's his number one song. Joining me is Lou Velasco. Lou is the, what is the exact title? Executive Director?
Yes, Executive Director of Wildwood Convention Center.
Well, you deserve a promotion. You recognize the importance of Dom Giordano Day. The multiplier in the back room I asked today, Dan, when I got here, they said it's not $1 million we bring to town, but with the Jaworski football throw, we're approaching it.
Yeah, we're getting close.
We're getting close. So, Luke, congratulations. As I understand it, Ben Rose here told me that you have 4 nights, 40,000, not seats, but capacity here on the beach, and it's sold out already.
Yes, the Barefoot Country Music Festival is a massive, massive success. It really highlights the offerings of the Wildwoods in the beach and the boardwalk, and it's almost become another holiday weekend for the Wildwoods. I mean, this has become a great event. People look forward to it. I hear stories of people leaving on Monday, and as they're checking out, they're checking in for next year. So that's always how we can judge a great event.
Absolutely. And you said you watched the Country Music Awards, and you're checking them off. Most of these people have appeared here. Joey Roll is the headliner, I would assume.
Yes, he is. And those Country Music Awards were basically a who's who of who's been to Wildwood. The camera panned to every artist, and they had either played Wildwood or on the schedule to play Wildwood. So this is becoming a must stop for country music artists in America today.
Are you surprised? I mean, you were sort of here at the original. I remember the former mayor with Mayor Pete. We talked about this. Wildwood and country music, there's no locus around here that's country music. They're coming up and down the coast, I guess.
Well, Wildwood, going back to the 1950s, we've always been a music capital,
Right.
And in fact, Barefoot kicks off the concert season because here in the Wildwoods, 6 days a week, there's free concerts that go on throughout the island. We have some spectacular beachfront venues, bayfront venues. It is just non-stop music, and it's been a lot of our history. So it made a lot of sense with the new resurgence of country music into a more popular genre that they would then find the Wildwoods and start to play the Wildwoods.
Any hope of getting a ticket?
I bought a ticket a long time ago. That has become like a Christmas present that gets sent out.
Okay. All right, so Lou, you guys two jump in with respect. You asked Atlantic City about it first, historically, where they do the big air show.
Yes.
They weren't going to do it, I think, the last 2 years.
Correct.
The Wildwoods will now be doing it after Labor Day. Tell us about it after seeing that military parade. This is a big item when the military is involved.
Yes, and this air show is as much about an economic impact as it is celebrating our military. It really, we have our air show the weekend after Labor Day. The Naval Air Station Wildwood out at the airport, they have a World War II airplane festival on Labor Day weekend. It makes all the sense in the world to be here in the Wildwoods, where we have a replica Vietnam Wall memorial. We have our Korean War memorial, World War II, World War I. I mean, we really celebrate the military and our veterans like nobody else. And you see it if you're down here in the summer. I don't care what day of the week you're here, when you're here. If you are on the boardwalk at 11 o'clock and that national anthem starts to play, it is really all inspiring to watch everything cease. I mean, you have tens of thousands of people up here at 11 o'clock, and the whole place comes to a standstill to respectfully listen to the national anthem. So the air show is just fits for the Wildwoods.
You're right. It's a marquee, and my wife, who's usually pretty peaceful, and these other people, I say, you get the stink eye if you're not from these parts, and you keep driving, suddenly it dawns on you, even if you don't know what the heck's going on, you got to stop.
Yes, you'll see people with their headphones on. You feel bad for them because you know they can't hear what's going on, but they eventually come to a stop because it is that jarring of a sight to see the Wildwoods Boardwalk come to a complete stop.
Absolutely. It's great. Get on the boardwalk at 11 o'clock. We do it 2 or 3 times. What else is Christmas in July is coming up, and the Wildwoods go wild. I know Wildwood Crest has that big event down there in their park or by the lake. So Christmas in July is another nice thing here.
Yes, we have Christmas in July that obviously is right around July 25th. Right. And this year, we will also have, leading into that Christmas in July celebration, the Harlem Globetrotters will be here in the Wildwoods Convention Center from July 22nd to the 25th. So you can come down, catch a Harlem Globetrotters game, get over to Wildwood Crest, and visit the massive Christmas in July celebration that occurs right on the lake. It's beautiful. If you haven't seen a sunset there, it's the second most photographed place in New Jersey, the first being the Wildwood sign, and then the second is a sunset on Sunset
Yeah,
Lake.
who conceived the ball thing in Wildwood?
Jack Morey.
Okay. Oh, okay. Those guys know how the Morris.
Yes.
That is, and how old is it, the ball thing at the end of the boardwalk here?
It's about 10 to 15 years old. I don't know the exact date. Yeah, I mean, it took us a good while to construct it, but and I lose track of time sometimes, to be honest.
So, Lou, you've already weighed in, rightfully so, on the gravy. Italian heritage, Dan has none of that. versus sauce.
Yeah.
But I hear the tram car situation is a little bit of a turn because of the electric, and a truck is driving it now. The mayor is doodling here, can I drive it again? You know, I drove the tram car before to some distinction. But how's it going with the new tram car?
Well, like anything else, whenever you have some kind of change, people are have some opinions on the matter. The fact is that this is something that we tried. It is a significant cost savings on the operation. To have these trams made today costs hundreds of thousands of dollars versus a $30,000 Ford Maverick. So it came down to an operational thing and something we just had to try. You know, and the other good thing about it is if it breaks down, we can just take it over to the local Ford mechanic and we're good to go. But we have some conversations ongoing about
people can weigh in on this. Yeah,
making it outfitting it so that it looks less like a pickup truck and more like what people are used to. You know, kind of like the car kits that you see go on vehicles. So we're looking at that right now. But so bear with us. It is a very safe ride. Right now, it's using about a gallon of gas a day. So it's
very good. Yeah. So, Lou, where do people go for all these things coming to the Wildwoods? And when we come back in July, we'll talk with you again to get some of the July and August stuff. Where do they go?
WildwoodsNJ.com. You go to WildwoodsNJ.com, and our events calendar is on that website. And right at the top, you click on that. It shows the thousands of events that occur throughout the Wildwoods, and a vast majority of them are free.
Yeah, absolutely. It is textbook. Thrilled to see it.
Yes.
You know how we love the Wildwoods and the country music thing. Great addition. Can hardly wait for the air show.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I guess I'll see you Friday afternoon.
Over at Mulligan's.
Okay,
Come and cast your
Mulligan's.
vote.
It's around the corner from my house.
Well, you got to come over there. We'll get you on the air, and be sure to tell people to show up at Mulligan's and vote.
Okay.
As long as they're going to vote gravy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll stack the deck.
All right. Lou Belasco here on Talk Radio 1210 with Dom Giordano. Coming up, more of your calls, 855-839-1210.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time, coming to you from Wildwood. Where else? The first of our excursions here all summer long. You heard all the great stuff, though. Wildwood is in great hands, never been bigger. And that country music festival still surprises me, but the Philadelphia area is big, and country music has changed up a bit. You know, Dan, tomorrow I was thinking, I got something, but based on that country music festival and what we've seen here, we've never done this, something you associate with country music, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, to me, the biggest criticism, I'm not, you know, I can't... I know the basics, a few that I like, but the twang of it, you know, and I think they've moved away from that a little bit. You're not a big fan, are you?
No, not really. No, it's well, I don't know. Like I've come around to it because Maisie's a huge fan of country music.
Okay.
And it's really become the only outlet for actual instruments to be heard in today's day and age. You listen to pop music, and I hate to be that curmudgeon, but it's really overly digitalized with drum pads,
right.
And you can actually hear guitar strumming and pianos being played and such in country music. And it's nice to hear that, but I got to say, it's incredibly redundant, pop country. And you hear one song, I feel like, in today's top 40 country, you've heard them all, so...
Yeah, there's the politics of it. I don't even mean a particular issue. Jason Aldean, though, you won't do that here in a small town type of thing. And there's that element of traditional America associated with it. I know there's some other voices that are not, but by and large, it's the home of traditional America. And the rest of music, by and large, you would really stick out if that were what you are, you know, identified with. When you have Springsteen at the Olympiad where Hitler was ruling, attacking Trump and attacking America under Trump, it's gone pretty far. This is kind of a counterbalance to it. So it's incredibly popular, though. Again, 160,000. I didn't look at how much it costs. I just know it's wave after wave when we're down here starting on Thursday night, and 4 nights, 40,000, that's pretty good. Okay, got a great side question going on. Here's a little bit, youtube.com/1210WPHT. This is cut 7, and this woman happened to be in Philadelphia at the No Kings protest, breaking down in tears, crying on camera with one thing in mind. She doesn't understand how people voted for Trump.
Give me
Okay.
1 sec, and here is that cut because my computer, well, I screwed that one up. Here you go, Dom.
I'm just so scared. I'm 74 years old. I worry about everything, and I just am so scared and upset, and I don't understand why people voted for this person.
All right, easy to mock. You see this. I think she's genuine, but berserk. I mean, this is the attitude that you saw expressed here in some of these places. Philadelphia police did a great job, and I think the mayor was behind this, in that we didn't have what happened in some other places, but the Randy Weingardens of the world just showing her hand over the weekend. I didn't know how high up she was officially inside the Democrat Party, and she renounced those positions because they're not progressive enough. All right, I'm coming to your calls here. Get in on the side question, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though, about big news going on right now. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock in prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com, res-q.com. Feel better, get active, and turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That code is WELLNESS, 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get savings at res-q.com. Do it today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
State police investigating a shooting on 95 northbound approaching the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge. No one was hurt. South Jersey firefighters are making progress containing the big wildfire in Warden State Forest in Burlington County. And a bill that would limit fees for ticket resellers is heading to the Pennsylvania State Senate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke, all perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels, LL number 7, are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I
actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we will get you on board. Let's go to Mike in Levittown. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What do you have today, Mike?
Good afternoon, Dom. I submit Hiram Ulysses Grant, or better known as Ulysses S. Grant, and I submit him as the man that, with Lincoln, preserved the Union. Lincoln, through the war, had difficulty. No general was willing to stomach the losses going to take to defeat the South. In 1864, with Grant in full charge, the battles of Cold Harbor, Wilderness Campaign, Spotsylvania, and finally the siege at Petersburg really turned the war, and the losses that South incurred basically changed the war, and they had to give up because by Appomattox, the South really didn't have anything left.
Yeah, and I don't think he was just somebody overwhelmed him with numbers. He was brilliant, and he knew he had the numbers, too. That's a good choice that represents the Army. Thank you, Mike, very much. All right, big 2 o'clock hour coming up. We'll have Dom's Money Melody, so we'll get a few more of your answers in here. Update you on a couple of things that have developed. And really, big story going on now is President Trump facing off with people like Tucker Carlson over Iran. This is not going away anytime soon, the Israel-Iran situation. They have hit residential neighborhoods, Iran has, even though they've launched thousands, I guess, of drones and various attacks, mostly ineffectual. But they have hit pretty good number of residential developments, 1 out of whatever number you want. And Israel at some point will hit back, probably, most likely in residential areas too. They're warning people to get out of those areas. When that happens, then you're going to see even more intensity. But Trump has walked the line, in my view, excessively well on this with Israel. This is America first, but that doesn't mean that Iran gets a nuclear weapon, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson seems to be saying, let's face it, well, we have nuclear weapons, Israel does, why can't Iran? Well, figure it out. For a smart guy, wedding yourself to this craziness is not flattering. He's rapidly doing that. Marjorie Taylor Greene in that camp. I don't think they're going to push Trump around on this. Trump has walked the line here of American involvement in a smart way to take away now for a while anyhow an existential threat to the world. They're not going to be able to do this, God knows, for 3 to 5 more years. They will start up again. He apparently did not recommend or was against the killing of the Ayatollah, which could be the thing, if he dies or is killed, that might weaken them and there might be an overthrow. But I think Trump sensing being part of taking him out is going to make this explode potentially. So when it comes to this situation, the really rational Trump, I think, is surfacing. Hey, buongiorno, Dom Giordano here. After 15 years of European splendors, Savoring our tour to Sicily and Calabria, no one masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria, just like Ro does. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. And that's the beauty of this place. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze. Marcella, Trapani, Saffuolo, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All of this spectacular tour with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. That's the beauty of it. $55.44, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour, Mount Etna, and my favorite, Taormina. Come with us for the best unknown destinations in Italy. Calabria is one of them. I'll see you on the cliffs at Taormina. We'll have an April spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia. One more reminder, though, 888-733-9493.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
This is American way. What's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile. If they really want to sell a lot of these, hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying it.
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time coming to you from Wildwood. We had a sheriff on from Brevard County. Unbelievable character, and he told us in more detail about how in Florida, because of the stand your ground law, et cetera, that if you're surrounded by a mob that won't move in front of your vehicle, even if they haven't broken the windows or done whatever yet, he was explicit about that. you have the right to try to proceed out of there. It doesn't mean you can floor it and, just kill somebody. But he said under their riot laws, etc., he was very clear about it, that you have the right to do that. Just think of what a difference it makes, what a lesson it sends to people versus being surrounded here in vehicles and people impeding you and just saying that they have no right, you have no right. I was told by cops on the scene. I've told that story many times at 4th and Market, where the woman in her vehicle was pleading to get out of there. They had her trapped. They were willing to lie down in front of the tire. I mean, it was that nuts. Remove them then. You're a cop. Pull them out of there. All right, I can't proceed. What are you going to do about it? And it seems that we were just going to wait. They have a First Amendment right. We're going to let them say stuff. The sheriff was very, very explicit about that. All right, one other cut that I want to play you from the weekend. Here is this coming out of the Minnesota shooting. This is, her last name is Rampel. Talking about now if a cop knocks on your door, the guy allegedly who killed people, politicians, assassinated them in Minnesota, was posing as a cop with a vehicle that might have resembled looking police-like. Apparently in Minnesota, though, cops are almost always in pairs. So they said there you can not be afraid if a cop is knocking on your door. But listen to this. Things are already bad enough. Trying to say if people wearing ICE gear are really officials. Trying to spread more chaos. Here's the commentary from CNN.
It's incredible when you think of like impersonating law enforcement, yet somehow it's a crime in this country to impersonate a law enforcement official, and yet you have these people here wearing these ICE jackets.
It's like if we walked in wearing military outfit to being like, people would be like, what are you doing?
So it's especially upsetting given that there are actual ICE agents who are showing up masked, won't show their they won't show their faces, they won't show identification, they won't show a warrant, and they're just snatching people off the streets. And one thing that I have been hearing from people who are bystanders or sometimes trying to intervene is, how do we know these guys didn't just buy an ICE vest off of
you don't know if
eBay or Amazon or whatever.
Militias out there doing this.
And like, we don't know if these are the Proud Boys or actual law enforcement agents because they won't show us any documentation. And you're saying you interviewed a guy who this is his shtick.
This is his, it's his thing. And I'm sure like half of it is just like, oh, I'm trolling the left and making people mad. But it's like, it's pretty awful what you're doing and what you're claiming to do. And I think now that is not available on Amazon, but.
All right, so the bottom line here is ICE people are wearing masks because of the doxing, the threats. They get threats for their family, etc. And let's face it, let's be candid about this. They're under tremendous pressure. We're honoring them at Mulligan's, the Philadelphia ICE office. Whether they can come or not they're going to be an honoree because they're under pressure on one hand, we believe, of looking to deport 3,000 people a day nationwide. But on the other side of it, we have the issue of the president now saying, well, we can't do this in the agricultural field and the hotel field and something else like that. So which one is it? I mean, these guys need backing and clear direction of where we'd go. For a while, they've been going workplace. I think the average American wants them to do the workplace enforcement. And I don't think the president, now the farming thing, we've had this before with migrant workers. What are the procedures? What could you do there? Steve Cordes, who is a Trump guy, put up on Twitter this NBC report that in Omaha there was a big raid of a meat packing plant. And a couple of days afterward, there were an unbelievable number of applicants for those jobs because I think they had to up the salary. And he says any number of them were Americans here legally. Because wages go up when we clear away the ability to pay people less than where the market value is. And that's what happens when you have people here illegally. So this is a very fluid situation. The ICE people are doing, particularly here in Philadelphia, when we have on the head guy and talk with him about some of the work they're doing. They're doing yeoman's work here under a lot of pressure of people out there and of a little bit of what is the prime directive now. The American people, Trump said it how many times at how many rallies, they want the mass deportation. Now, they don't want something that is going to spill over into incidents that go viral. Thank God there haven't been many of those or any of those. It's a difficult line to walk, to be taking people that are here and taking them out illegally. It's not simple. And they're $1 billion behind in their budget, so the big, beautiful bill has that money in there. But I feel, just from our conversations here in Philadelphia, with the work that they're doing and what they're supposed to do to deport, Stephen Miller is the guiding star. I think he's right. And I hope the president listens to him more than the agricultural secretary or people that are getting with them on the hotel thing. I mean, how are they going to be deporting? It comes down to this. We get that thread again. Oh, yeah? You deport X number of people, and you're going to see that America's going to go downhill pretty quickly. You won't have people to work these jobs. That's why Cordes on Twitter made the point that a lot of these people in Omaha were Americans that were willing to take those jobs. Now, that's just one example, but it was a lot of jobs, and jobs that usually we hear Americans won't do. What would happen? Would those jobs just be left unfilled? Now, maybe with the farm situation, that's a little bit different. But if we're going to start making all these areas where they can't go, then I don't know how they're going to meet these goals. 855-839-1210. Trump said it at rally after rally, mass deportation. Do Americans still hold with that? I think they do. Maybe not in the 70s or 65%, but somewhere in the mid-50s and up. American people said we've had enough, follow through on this. And so far, they've done a great job, but now we're into the tougher part of this. The resistance is real there at every level and every way. Let me go to Robert in Ben Salem. Robert is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you today. Dom, with that echo in your voice, you sound a little bit like the great and powerful Oz. You know what I mean? Say, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. No, I'm just kidding. This was a great weekend because there was Father's Day, there was the Army's birthday, Flag Day, even Trump's birthday, which they seem to get obsessed about out of all of that. But I was talking to my daughter, and I found out that in October, she volunteered to be planning with the Navy's 250th anniversary, and then she got voluntold that she would be one of the MCs at it. So I'll have more information at it.
Oh, where's that going to be? Here locally?
No, I believe it's Norfolk or down Florida or in D.C. I'm not sure. All she knows is that it's going to be the October 13th, the week of October 13th.
Well, look,
I was really excited about it.
That we want her on as the proud father. You've talked about this. It is something really to be proud of, and sometimes it was just need to know, so we couldn't know anything. But if she's public on that, we'd love to have her on and hear that. I know listeners would.
Yeah, when I hear something that is appropriate to let out, I'll certainly let you know, man. But I'm just very happy for her. We FaceTimed her in for the Father's Day celebration yesterday. But I'm going to get right to my answer. I don't want to take too much time. I'm going to go with the most decorated soldier in the history of the country, and that would be Audie Murphy. He received every medal you could possibly get for valor. He even got some from the French and the Belgians, and then he had a pretty nice movie career afterwards, right? So I'm going to go with Audie Murphy. And
Audie Murphy is legendary, hard to beat. Thank you, Robert, very much. Let's go to Frank in South Philly, who probably has his Mulligan's Day all plotted out. Hello, Frank. Welcome back.
That's our same line that we went to last time that's screwing up here, Dom.
Okay, all right.
Henry's going to get it. There it is.
There you go. Hey, Frank, welcome in. Hi.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Dan, good afternoon. I'm going to give you Wild Bill, originally from South Philly over here, from around 23rd and Passyunk, and they enlisted, I believe, when he was 16 or 17 years old, him and two other buddies, and they became war heroes, and they made a movie, Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers, yeah. Well, his nephew called me when they were towing the car, changing, that he had a right to park his car there because of his status, Frank. And I told the guy, you're not going to dare to do that. And he said, you and One Army are going to stop me. We had it back and forth. I'm only on the air. I'm not there. The guy's taking down the sign. You can hear the movement, people hollering at him. That was Wild Bill Guinier, yes.
Hey, Dom. Also, I'd like to mention that I visit up here in Newtown Square area. They have a memorial up there, and Wild Bill's statue's up there. He had a leg amputated.
Yes.
And they have a statue of it. They also have a memorial down here in South Philadelphia around 2nd and Orange, I think it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Frank. We'll see you on Friday, Frank. Thanks for checking in. All right, 855-839-1210. It is time right now for...
Money Melody.
Money gone. That is right, and today we are playing for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see this summer's high-octane, action-packed ultimate underdog story, F1 the Movie, starring Brad Pitt as Formula One racing hero Sonny Hayes, only in theaters and IMAX on June 27th from Warner Brothers Pictures.
Wow, I'm excited for that one, actually.
Yes.
Dom, today we're talking the Army, so I thought I might take a veteran of the Army. I'm going to tell you the story about a guy by the name of Tracy. Tracy, born in Newark, moved out to Los Angeles. When he was a kid, ended up on the streets to a degree, selling drugs, living off checks under his grandfather's name, Dom. Has a kid, 1977, joins the Army, serves 4 full years. While serving in Hawaii, Dom, he makes enough money to buy his first turntable and actually gets into the profession of rapping, becomes a Renaissance man, heavy metal singer, rapper, actor, everything. We want to know, Dom, who is Tracy? Tracy's here now covering a song that's made famous by another U.S. Army veteran, being Jimi Hendrix. The answer is not Jimi Hendrix today. I'm putting that out there.
Wait a minute. Jimi Hendrix was in the Army?
Yes, he was, but he was discharged after 1 year, Dom.
Well, yeah.
I wonder why. So, Dom, we want to know who this is. Guy by the name of Tracy, served in the Army for 4 years, starting in 1977, went on to become a Renaissance man, who you can see probably on your TV if you just turn it on. He seems to be on it all the time. Who is this voice? So our listeners, Dom, they might know this guy by the name of Odafin. So I'll just put that out there. So Tracy, who's Tracy, Dom? The guy covering this song, Hey Joe, playing along with his heavy metal band after a short career as a rapper. Well, a long career as a rapper. Who is this, Dom, singing Hey Joe?
All right, get that. And you're getting a pair of Fandango movie codes with Brad Pitt, 855-839-1210, AT&T. And Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop Shop online, piazzahonda.com for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, here's the clue today. Who's covering this song? All right, hit us with that, and we'll send you that pair of Fandango movie codes. F1 the movie. It's got Brad Pitt. Let's go to Chris in Elton here on the Dom Giordano Show. All right, Chris, who's covering the song?
That would be Ice-T, or if you want the band is Body Count.
Oh, very nice. You're a big Ice-T fan, then, we take it.
Oh, yeah, it's straight from my childhood.
All right,
and I got to say congratulations to Dan.
Hey, thank you,
Yeah,
Chris.
well, very nice,
I
Chris.
appreciate that, man. Thank you.
All right, Chris, appreciate it very much. You're the winner. Off to see, we'll send you a pair of Fandango movie codes to see the summer's high-octane, action-packed, ultimate underdog story, F1 the movie, starring Brad Pitt as Formula One racing hero Sonny Hayes. Only in theaters and IMAX on June 27 from Warner Brothers Pictures. Okay. We got that going on each day. We'll have that this week, tomorrow, then on Friday.
I just want to put it out there. The wife is pregnant is what Chris is talking about.
Yes.
Welcoming a little girl to the world. So thank you again, Chris. Appreciate that, brother.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and, at Mulligan's, feel free to step up. I don't know how many drinks will be bought for Dan, but remember, he has to be on duty slightly. Several would be fine to toast him. Okay. And don't forget the big vote. Come early, come often. Vote once, though. We're going to be very much monitoring the gravy sauce. And I see the Vegas odds are we got gravy at about plus 125. I don't know. I made that up. That's a money line. I'm not sure what that means. All right. So 855-839-1210. You get in. Today is the 10th anniversary of Trump coming down the golden escalator. And if you remember from that moment, the first time I thought of Trump, I'll be honest, and I dismissed it, and I don't know the exact date, but it was before that. Rich Davis, great guy, calls him from Westchester, called in and said, yeah, it's got to be Trump. Trump is going to be the nominee at some point here. It was well before he announced, before anything else, even speculation. I was broadcasting outside of Joey Ventos. And it was like, what? Trump? Trump had been involved in the birth certificate thing back and forth with President Obama. Maybe some of that was going on, etc. And then I think The Apprentice was after that, which really skyrocketed name recognition. People vaguely knew of Trump outside of New York nationally. that made it even more apparent. The persona was really, Mark Burnett really solidified that. Then we had the golden escalator moment, which was a surprising presidential announcement. And he made news around that because he talked about who was being sent from Mexico. And Dan pulled this today, Dan, if you have that, something he echoed in here that wasn't about the wall, which he doesn't talk about as much anymore because they shut down the border essentially without the wall. Here's what Trump said, though, about winning, which has still been part of this. And people want to win. They're tired of the excuses when it comes to the trade wars, the deficit, foreign aid, all that stuff. Here's what he said 10 years ago.
Is trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. When was the last time anybody saw us beating, let's say, China in a trade deal? They kill us. I beat China all the time. All the time. When did we beat Japan at anything? They send their cars over by the millions. And what do? When was the last time you saw a Chevrolet in Tokyo? It doesn't exist, folks. They beat us all the time. When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. Thank you. It's true. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. But I speak to border guards, and they tell us what we're getting. And it only makes common sense. It only makes common sense. They're sending us not the right people. It's coming from more than Mexico. It's coming from all over South and Latin America, and it's coming probably from the Middle East. But we don't know, because we have no protection, and we have no competence. We don't know what's happening. And it's got to stop. And it's got to stop fast.
All right, so those are the famous lines 10 years ago that we're hearing with President Trump. All right, side question. 250th anniversary this weekend, U.S. Army, something connected to the Army, something that person, place, or thing is fine. And those lines, really, it's hard to believe it's 10 years ago. Due to the Biden administration, 4 years in the middle of this, we are on the longest run imaginable of one person dominating throughout that period of time, now and before. And again, I still think the biggest thing that President Trump has done is that American power is going to be used without getting us into jams where Americans are getting killed. And we're seeing that play out, I think, with what he's doing with Iran. Tucker Carlson and that claque don't see it that way. They see America first as meaning we're completely isolationist. We have no interest in any of this other stuff. This is an American interest. Trump in the Middle East is shaking things up by allying with some of these governments. Well, in some ways, I'm not on board with. Some ways I am. Like Qatar, Saudi Arabia. We saw that from the big trip that he made. And as a result of that, they're telling him, I'm sure, Iran cannot, they're celebrating, Iran cannot have that bomb. If they have it, they're going to threaten us. We're going to get the bomb. We have the money, we'll do it. And then we are off to the races in a way that is just unimaginable. That's why this had to be done. And the repercussions with Iran, they will die out on what they're doing now. They can flex a little bit Israel is going to make them pay around this, and the president is walking the line in a very effective manner here, I think, of U.S. support, not going over the line, not promising American involvement in any way, shape, or form other than what we've seen so far. Why is that Tucker Carlson's the most prominent face, not seen as a brilliant strategy? That is America first. America first is not a race to say, I'm farther toward isolationism than you are. And Trump, over the weekend, brilliantly, in this Atlantic interview that he did, laid it out with Carlson. He said, I'm the one that's the revitalizer, in so many words, of America first. I'm the architect of it. So if that's the case, why in the world does Tucker Carlson then get to say, by definition, nope, Carlson out there talking about, this could bring down his presidency. Please stop it already. Just, what is the drive there? The drive there is suspect when it comes to Israel. Tucker Carlson is the one that is suspect, not Trump on this. Trump has struck, I think, exactly the right line. We're not seeing him promising publicly all kinds of things, or privately, as far as I can tell, to Israel and Netanyahu. Other than the world, by and large, recognizes Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's what all this is about. The other stuff that they've done, difficult to control, given Obama giving them $6 billion and taking the sanctions off, and Biden's weakness. But at this point, we've hit the right line with this. And I think the media is trying to pounce on saying there's a civil war going on inside MAGA, and I don't see it that way. I think there are significant names like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that are on the other side, but that's the losing side. And I don't think Trump's going to waffle on this, because he's not doing anything that should propel them to be positioning it in this manner. All right, let's go to some more callers. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. And Drew, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, I agree with everything you just said. How can anyone in their right mind believe that it's okay to side with Iran? They've already come out and said how they're going to use this bomb if they get their hands on it. And what worries me, Dom, is in a little bit over 2 short years, it's all going to start over again, all depending on who's in office. So it's just a hiccup of them getting what they want.
And evidence of this, and Drew, I'm kind of thinking in my own mind, I'll ask you too. I'm not sure yet. Apparently Trump dissuaded, or tried to dissuade at least, them taking out Khomeini, the leader there. That would be a way to overthrow it, but I think Trump's thought is, if you take out their chief leader at this point, that might fuel this to a level that's not acceptable. So what I'm saying is that Trump is not gone overboard in placing America in harm's way, not even in the slightest. He's using our assets, though, to have Israel take out something that helps our security.
You're right, Dom, and like if the Khomeini or Ayatollah, if he's taken out a huge, I believe, majority of the Iranian people, they don't want trouble. They want to eat. You know, they want to live. They want to live good, like the Islamic countries around them are living. So I think it would be a beneficial act if this guy is taken out, because it will leave the Iranian people no choice.
You would think. I hear you on that, Drew. I trust Trump's judgment on this so far.
So do I.
But the game is just getting started here. What's your answer
Absolutely.
on the side, Drew?
Oh, okay, Dom, thanks. You know, Dom, we all know that the late, great Reggie White was nicknamed the Secretary of Defense. However, Dom, the original Secretary of Defense was the Phillies center fielder, Gary Maddox. And in 1968, when Gary Maddox got drafted by the San Francisco Giants, he was unhappy with the pay. You think of that, a baseball player not getting paid enough, right? Well, anyway, as a result, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, and he volunteered for a tour in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yep, the great Gary Maddox. Thanks,
Well,
Tom.
as Ray Dininger said, the great Ray Dininger, the world is covered by 3/4 of the world is covered by water. Gary Maddox covers the rest. All-time line.
He certainly that was. Appreciate it, man.
All right, thank you, Drew, very much. All right, more of your calls coming up at 855-839-1210. Now, I think Trump has it right. The Carlsons, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, a few others here, defining America first that way. Trump's got his eye on the ball when it comes to this. It's a signature issue, but backing Israel in the manner that we have is correct. The world is a better place. This too shall pass, and we have stopped them for how many more years? Hard to say. He's right. Once Trump is no longer in office, what happens then? Do we go back to allowing them to start to build up? You know, when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, for about 10 years, my dentist of the Bentz Dental Group. Recently had a chance to talk to Joyce, met her over at Dr. Bentz, great listener, and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had this dentist maybe 10 years or so, and everything went well until the guy said, well, come on, Joyce, you just need dentures. There's nothing else you can do. Joyce told me face to face she may be vintage, but she's not old. Dentures were not for her. She called and set up an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team and is happy with the technology, the skill, the confidence. Think of a very confident dentist. It inspires you to be confident, and she's very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Dr. Bentz has the latest technology, the expertise to give you the most accurate and best diagnosis. Call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Get that initial look-see. 610-272-6949 or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949. I'll be right back.
Clouds will stick with us overnight. We'll get down to the low 60s. For tomorrow, a bit warmer, high 76, but still pretty cloudy. Wednesday, much warmer, high 88, and there's a chance of thunderstorms. Thursday, 90, and we'll see more of the sun. Friday, high 85 and partly sunny.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. See, the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Weather sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
Clouds will stick with us overnight. We'll get down to the low 60s. For tomorrow, a bit warmer, high 76, but still pretty cloudy. Wednesday, much warmer, high 88, and there's a chance of thunderstorms. Thursday, 90, and we'll see more of the sun. Friday, high 85 and partly sunny.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. I'm not sure. I mean, yes, of course we have this on YouTube. Another Cory Booker explosion. Why is he doing this? Well, because he's like this. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. This was Booker reacting again over the weekend, getting caught up in the moment, telling us we have no kings. Cut 15.
Dom, my computer is really scrolling.
It's being sabotaged here. All
no,
right,
it's actually it's probably my bad because
it has been one of those days.
It has been one of those days with maybe I just don't want
call
to.
Screener's not working. I mean,
you know what we're doing right here, Dom, is kind of extending time because now I have it available for you.
Okay, there we go. All right, behind the curtain. All right, here's Cory Booker.
Donald Trump wants you to believe that dissent is unpatriotic, that protest is un-American. That is a lie. That's what authoritarians try to make you believe. That to stand up for your nation, to stand up for your fellow American, to rise up in dissent, in objection against what a president is doing when they are violating our Constitution, violating our fundamental rights. For me, to be silent in the face of that is un-American. To not speak up is to be complicit in what is going on. Do not let this president shout you down. Do not let him in any way suppress your freedoms. Fundamental to our nation is the right to protest, the freedom of speech. Stand up strong, and with your heart of peace and your conviction for country, now is the time that more Americans stand up in defense of who we are. We are not a nation of kings. We are a democracy. And here, the power of the people is greater than the people in power, if we use that power. And in a democracy, part of our power is our voice. Speak up. Speak up.
Oh, God. The drama only topped by Randy Weingarten over the weekend. And again, how much more of this? There will be a lot more of it. They don't tire of this. This is their vehicle. This is their fun. This is the type of thing. You know, it started with Tesla. Doesn't that seem like eons ago? And Elon Musk. And now it continues. All right. One of our judges this weekend, in the Friday at the Board of Elections, Scott in Mount Laurel, is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. That Cory Booker, it's so comical now. At the end, he gives this impassioned speech. He's so serious. And I just wish I was there to say, all right, sit down, Spartacus.
Yeah, it's stunning. Since the movement he made, the 24-hour thing, you know, he's back in prime time. And he's probably up there among their best choices. That's how bad it is.
That is pretty bad. If he's one of their best choices. And I like what Trump's doing, that he's attacking from all angles. If the Democrats want to make a big deal about Israel, then they are not making a big deal about the big, beautiful bill, or they're not making a big deal about something else. I mean, he's really pursuing all the agenda items in one shot, and I think the fact that he had 4 years to regroup and to really get organized for this, I think actually we may have ended up benefiting by what happened in 2020.
Well, you can make that argument because, you know what I would say, Scott, for the people, let's face it, for some people, it's the policies, it's all that. But they love the juice of this. You know, they go to the rallies. It's a ride. And the ride has been extended now to 12, 13 years because of the intermission where the ride was still going on. Let's face it, the rallies and everything. Trump was more popular at that moment in some ways than even now.
Yeah, but the things he's doing this term, though, are so much more consequential potentially than the things he did in the first term. And I think if he'd won, he would have just kind of kept rolling along. I'm not sure that we would have gotten him to really, step back. And also, he stopped picking fights with every petty little thing. He's been smarter about it.
You know what? I couldn't agree more. He's got better people around him, and he had a period to think. The best, Scott, that I can give you is when we get O'Reilly on, and he asked O'Reilly all the time, what do I have to do to be on Mount Rushmore? That's the good Trump, that's looking at this, what would be consequential versus just emotional and one fight after another. These are big things he's involved in.
And that's how he's governing now, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that he had the time. And also, he's got a lot more momentum behind him now because the Democrats, in theory, they've thrown everything at him, and I think there's somewhat of a resignation that we can't stop this guy.
Absolutely. All right, what's your Army association, Scott?
Well, you got Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside. Doc Blanchard and Glenn Davis, the Army football team, you imagine this, won 3 straight national championships in the mid-1940s, dominated college football. There's still records that stand today. The two of them have 97 touchdowns between them, most ever for one backfield in their career, and there's a bunch of other records. Imagine Army being a football powerhouse. And both guys won the Heisman Trophy, one, I think, 45, and the other one in 46.
I'm glad you brought that up because that is great. Back when the academies, that and the Navy, Roger Staubach, Bellino won the Heisman, back when the Naval and the Army particularly were the dominant force. It's amazing.
Yep, you got the best people that were great at everything. They were leaders and they were athletes and they were the best of the best.
Thank you, Scott. See you on Friday.
Right.
Don't forget Mulligan's on Friday, noon till 3, the big vote, gravy sauce. Scott Presler, our honorees. You can come and wish Dan well, too, on fatherhood. Ro will be there. Tomorrow I'm going to play her voice. I can't get her to go on live, but she's got a little tape thing that if she finds it tomorrow, of her thoughts on all that. And, of course, Johnny Z and all the stuff, the fun that we have at the Summer White House. Be ready, too. The shirts will be on sale. They have kind of a tropical look that his wife has designed. And Dan, the banners are up over there, he told me now. If I drive by there now, I'm going to see spectacular banners. We'll see.
There is. No, yeah, it's out there on the fence. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. All right. There's nothing like it. And that's what people don't get about talk radio. Just think of the club nature of this, the inside nature of it, the fun of it, the gravy sauce thing, just as an example. Niche, just 1,000 little things that are fun to talk about, debate, all in the sense of camaraderie. Yeah, that's why gravy's going to win. And then the big issues and the big guest. And we'll have Scott Presler tomorrow, who's in the center of all that action, just back from California. Voter ID might be, I've told you this before. I'm looking. I can't tell you I have it yet. But I believe we're getting near the end of June, budget season. They're coming to all these battles back and forth in Harrisburg. And I believe, and I'll lay it out more tomorrow, that voter ID is on the table. But I'm using Linda Kearns as my guide, my Sherpa here, because unless she's satisfied that what they're willing to give up to get voter ID is not going to get us into a mess as they did the last time, the Republicans, with Act 77, which is the mail-in ballot situation, then I wouldn't do it. But there is talk, more than talk. There's some evidence that Democrats suddenly think voter ID could be in play if they get what? That's where the battle is. And Dan, if you could take a look too, I'm looking here. I just heard from KYW2 that it passed the House and now goes to the Senate, that in Pennsylvania, some restrictions or some change on what the resale value of a ticket could be. In other words, these ticket brokers, Ticketmaster, yada, 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 when they get it, what they're allowed to sell it for. And I'm a capitalist. We're all capitalists. But does it not seem like a perverted market when you look up the markup cost of the average concert ticket of one thing or another? And it's something I'd like to see Republicans at the national level lean in on more. I think people really care about this. Almost everybody over the course of a year is going to go to something, and you look at that resale and you look at the scarcity of tickets, and you say, this is, I remember people used to camp out. All right, this is an improvement, but how much of an improvement? We might get into that a little bit more tomorrow, too. All right, 855-839-1210.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
State police investigating a shooting on 95 northbound approaching the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge. No one was hurt. South Jersey firefighters are making progress containing the big wildfire in Warden State Forest in Burlington County. And a bill that would limit fees for ticket resellers is heading to the Pennsylvania State Senate.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show. Thanks to Mike Caballero. Mike, Army side question, he emailed me, 1963-64. Hasbro put out the new action figure, not a doll. It was G.I. Joe. Oh, no one put us with that one of the all-time. That would have had a shot. All right, let's get some here in the lightning round. Let's go to Alan in Hamilton. Alan, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Alan, what's yours?
26th of December, 1776, George Washington led an army across the Delaware and attacked Trenton. That was good news for the United States because they hadn't won a battle on the field up to that time.
The ultimate caught them with their pants down, the mercenaries, the Hessians. All right, that's a good one. Surprise attack. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony. Earl, good Monday.
Good Monday. Yeah, you were talking about Jimi Hendrix. At the age of 19, he was caught twice riding in a stolen car. And in 61, you had the choice of either going to jail or going to the Army. So Hendrix enlisted in the Army, completed his basic training, and was sent to the 101st Airborne in Kentucky.
Oh, my God. Out of all the things you've
training.
ever researched, Jimi Hendrix as a paratrooper is mind-boggling.
He received a Screaming Eagle patch, but he hated the Army because he was forced to go there. He was constantly sleeping on duty. He was a bad marksman, and he missed bed checks. And they decided, the military would benefit if Private Hendrix was removed. So he did receive a general discharge honorably, but they drummed him out of the military.
Wow. America would have been safer with Jimmy on that wall. You need me on that wall. All right, Earl, what's the answer to the side?
My answer is a bunch of dedicated soldiers who decided to go behind enemy lines and steal Nazi gold. That would be Kelly's Heroes with Clint Eastwood and Telly Savalas, his brother George, Donald Sutherland, Gavin MacLeod, Don Rickles, Carol O'Connor, one of the great military movies of the 70s.
All right, Earl, it's loaded today. Joe of Exton to round things out. Joe, what do you have?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Dwight Eisenhower is the second person in American history to rise from the level of soldier to the status of President of the United States. George Washington is the first person to be honored in such fashion.
That is a pretty good factoid, Joe. Thank you very much. These were wonderful today. Glad we did it to honor the Army's 250th anniversary.
As always, an amazing answer from Joe.
Of course. Well, the Earls, though. Jimi Hendrix, oh, my God, as a paratrooper. Can you imagine he's anywhere near you as you're jumping out of a plane?
I have sound effect on.
There we go.
How that went. You ready?
Yeah. Oh, my God. All right, Dan, who do you like?
I really liked the answer earlier in the day of I guess it was the first one out of the box. It was Elvis, and it came from Bill in Bucks County.
Yeah.
Wild Bill Grenier, though, I like the local tie to that one. That came from Frank, South Philly.
All right. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, I really like that Wild Bill Grenier answer. The one I also really liked was David Somerset's answer to field command. Not waiting around for someone, to take charge. Like, no, next man up mentality. Got to get this. And then Juno for Darby with the Secretary of Defense, Gary Maddox.
Yeah, you know what? I'm convinced that was the most insightful answer. Dave of Somerville, the field command, or Somerset.
Somerset, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He's not a good receiver, but other than that.
It was a great call all around, to be honest. So.
Great call all the way around.
He deserves it today.
Exactly. All right, he's the winner today. Put the name into the hat. We'll do it again tomorrow. And tomorrow, the great Scott Presler back from California. He'll join us. He'll be joining us at Mulligan. Forget noon until 3. Hildreth Avenue on Friday. Be there early too. Get your vote in, among other things. And good wishes you can say to Dan and our guests, our honorees. This is a spectacular Dom Day, thanks to the Wildwood Convention Center. And you heard the big stuff. Tomorrow, the side question, affiliated with country music. Might have a negative one here and there. That's okay. It could be. It's a bit redundant, the whole thing. Who is the biggest star in the history of country music? Is it Dolly Parton? Richie always next for 40 hours, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, your leaf filtered trust